Everyone, I will call the October 16, 2023 meeting of the Woodbridge Board of Education to order at 7:05 p.m. with a reminder to those watching and participating remotely to kindly mute your microphone to avoid any background noise. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting consistent with Public Act 22-3, the public may attend in person or electronically via WebEx. The meeting is being recorded and the recording will be available on the district's website. I'll call the roll. Vice Chair, Dr. Maria Madonna. Present. Secretary, Ms. Sarah Beth Del Creek, not with us this evening at the moment. Dr. Jay Daya. Ms. Brooke Hopkins.
Present, online.
Remotely, thank you. Secretary, Ms. Sarah Beth Del Creek just walked in. Marcia, present. Mr. Jeff Hughes.
Present.
Mr. Stephen Lawrence.
Present.
Dr. Michael Strambler.
Here.
Ms. Erin Williamson is not with us this evening, and I'm the chair, Lynn Piazza. Staff in attendance this evening include Ms. Vonda Tenza, Superintendent, Ms. Donna Coonan, Director of Business and Operations. Big Carrie. There she is, waving to me. Ms. Carrie Borcherding, remotely, Director of Special Services. Ms. Annalisa Sherman, Principal. Mr. James Sapia, Assistant Principal. Ms. Cheryl Toffel, Assistant Principal. And Ms. Marcia DeGennaro, Clerk of the Board, remotely. Tonight, I am
Just
delighted.
one quick question is whether Dr. Daya, is he there?
He is present in the flesh.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So the only one absent this evening, Marcia, is Erin Williamson, and Brooke Hopkins is attending remotely. Are you all set? Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tonight, I am delighted to welcome 3 of our wonderful student council members, Sophie Hall, Josie and Reed, and Sydney Reed, and they are here this evening to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm so pleased to highlight the wonderful students that attend Beach Road School, and I want to thank them for their service to our school. We are really happy to have you here tonight and for all the wonderful things that you do to support your fellow students and the staff here at Beach Road School. It is very much appreciated. So I will ask everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Any kind of stage will make somebody said.
To the flag of the United States and to the republic, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Thank you. And ladies, thank you. Correspondence?
We do have correspondence that can be found in the board book. There was a lot of correspondence regarding the math, math program.
The updated petition, so all of those things can be found under board correspondence and board book. Anything that was received before 4 p.m. today, because I received a letter after 4 p.m., that will be in next month's public comment in board book. So I have a lot of people who wish to speak this evening, so I'm going to make our official statement and then I will call the people as they have signed up. The board welcomes public participation and is appreciative of the feedback we receive from the community, whether it's through letters or public comment at meetings. If you are making a public comment at tonight's meeting, please be aware that the board will not respond to any comments made during the public comment period, except to clarify issues. We will take into consideration your comments, and when appropriate, district administration will follow up with you at a later point in time. We ask that speakers limit their comments to 3 minutes. As in the past, Dr. Madonic and Mr. Hughes will serve as the timekeepers this evening. So I will ask that when the allotted 3 minutes is indicated, that speakers respectfully conclude their statements. So I thank you all for attending this evening. And the first person on the list is John Hall. So, Mr. Hall, I'm great. Right there, there's a microphone for you.
Sixth grader, second grader, and a recent graduate who's in ninth grade now. For context, I was thinking that the email might have been read out at the beginning because this is sort of following up on the email that was sent. But has everybody read the email? And I know some of you were at the previous committee meeting, the curriculum meeting where this was discussed. So I briefly just wanted to follow up a little bit. One of the sort of things that we discussed at the previous meeting was that this proposal to have more advanced math, to get students who are already kind of advanced to be able to go on and take advanced math at Amity. There was a big concern that students would be skipping things, that would be missing things. And I just want to speak from my own experience. For 9 years, I ran advanced math program for elementary middle school students in Minnesota. And these are exactly the kids that are able or can skip some topics, that they are able to quickly catch up to go ahead, particularly when they're working together with a supportive teacher. And so I just wanted to speak a little bit to that particular concern. I think that we've heard from a lot of the parents last time, be very eloquent about some of the costs of holding kids back when they really can advance, that they will spend a year or two just not going further in their math education because they already, for what they can already do. The other thing I just wanted to again emphasize, because people talked about this earlier, other schools similar to Beecher are able to do this. Orange seems to be their district. It was a little bit bigger, but very similar in a lot of ways, is able to have students doing more math in fifth grade and sixth grade, and those students go on to middle school and start, and they all come together in the high school. And I teach math at Yale. I see students coming in, not necessarily from all over the country, but it really does make a difference. The students who can do advanced math earlier in high school, they get to take more advanced, science, physics, chemistry. These are the students who really become leaders in STEM. And we have students like this at Beecher, so we really should be supporting them.
Good evening. I am a parent of a BRS grad as well as a fifth grader. I'm also a lifelong public educator. I'm a doctorally trained school psychologist, and I'm also an administrator. I run a program for ARRESC in Hartford County for middle schoolers and high schoolers who are struggling with significant mental health challenges. So I come here tonight recognizing the mental health epidemic facing our adolescents today. It's a tough time to be a teenager. And I truly believe that the best way to support more resilient adolescents is to do what we're doing here at Beecher, which is to, in the youngest grades, have a laser-like focus on responsive classroom, elevate topics like grit and growth mindset. These are the lessons that will surely serve our students longer than any advanced math lessons. I also recognize as a public school administrator that we are asked to do impossible things. We are asked to be everything to everybody all the time and with limited resources. And so we have to make hard choices and we have to set priorities. So I come this evening with that as my backdrop. But I'm also here because I'm concerned that there's a disconnect between what we're saying our priorities are and then what's actually happening. I was really comforted last week to hear Vonda and Lisa talk about how we are committed to all students showing a full year's growth, no matter where they start. But again, I'm concerned that truly won't happen unless we do something different. Some people may not know that in other states, we call special education exceptional education. And there's an implied understanding there that all students on both ends of that bell curve need something very intentional and specialized in order to truly meet their needs. And there was a lot of discussion last week about the negative social emotional outcomes that could come from creating a different class. And I'm here very humbly saying, I'm concerned there are going to be those kinds of negative outcomes if we don't create a separate class, because we do have a very small subset of kids. We are asking them to sit for hours listening to direct instruction, discrete math skills that they have fully demonstrated mastery in years ago. Not last year, not the year before, but years ago. And so I'm concerned that we're in danger of promoting learned helplessness, apathy, hopelessness, and disengagement. So I encourage you tonight to truly think of some creative and out-of-the-box solutions for this small subset of kids so that they'll have their needs met. And I recognize that it won't be perfect. We're not asking for perfect. We're just asking for something that will better meet their needs, which will surely be better than what's happening right now. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I am the mother of a second grader and a fifth grader. And since we last spoke about math 2 weeks ago, for me, the world has changed. And I've been trying to reflect in this changed world in light of terrorism, war, climate change, economic uncertainty. There's a lot of pain in our world. We have cousins who are in a bad place. And so what can I say about math in light of all of that? And I've thought about it, and I was thinking about what it means to raise the whole child in our school philosophy. And I think it means we need to raise a child who can communicate, who can connect, who can read and write and analyze, and who has an advanced understanding of math, because we have to raise children who have the analytical skills and intellectual curiosity that can solve the engineering, financial, resource, climate problems that we have today. And those are the kids who are in our community. Those are our kids. We have to foster their curiosity now to encourage a lifetime of learning so that they will want to help our world. Woodbridge is an amazing town, and we have more than our fair share of talent, okay? And we're lucky, and it's purposeful because we moved here for our schools. It's our duty to engage these students in learning in an environment where each one of them is stimulated and valued. We talked about how each child deserves a year of learning. I guess that struck a lot of us. So tonight I asked the full board to support the administration to determine how they can serve our advanced math learners, our children who are so eager to solve problems and learn next steps. So many people have signed this petition, not because every one of them has an advanced kid, but because we want to live in the type of community where we support and we meet all of those kids' needs, and we value the advanced kids. Please challenge this cohort to move forward, especially in fifth grade when they are ready to learn sixth grade math. They are ready to move ahead because they have mastered what has been before them. They have enjoyed going deeper. They've done it, and they're ready for what's going to come next. And if it's appropriate, offer the pre-algebra class. I think some people have took away the impression that the school no longer wants to offer in under any conditions the pre-algebra in sixth grade, and I hope that that's not right. Please encourage our children and nourish them and challenge them, build their self-esteem, and be proud of them for trying hard and for being outstanding. Let them imagine being leaders in science and engineering and finance and diplomacy too. That's what a public school needs to do, and we need to be there for our children. Thank you.
Hillary Duran.
Hi, my name is Hillary Drum. I'm a parent of a child in second grade and in fifth grade. And I just want to speak again to the need to challenge our children. I have 3 kids total, and they all learn in very different ways, and they're challenged in different ways. And I've seen how sometimes Beecher can do that, and sometimes how Beecher does not do that. And we really want to make sure that for all these kids, whether they're advanced or behind or anywhere, that again, as was said last time, that we're meeting them where they are and that they have a full year's growth. So thank you so much for your consideration. We appreciate it.
Kristen Turcos.
Math worksheet for the board that I have here at some point. Sorry. Hi, my name is Kristen Turgos. I'm the parent of a third grader and a sixth grader. I wanted to start by thanking the Board of Education for their donation of a basket of board games from the board for our Halloween Hoot Silent auction. We really appreciate it. And I also want to speak again to the fact that we need to be going further with our child's learning in math, starting in fifth grade, rather than going deeper. And I brought this worksheet because this is a worksheet that my son got in fifth grade. And this was part of the math challenge homework that he received. And it's dealing with order of operations. So I'm sorry, it's a really bad photocopy. But what the kids have to do basically is they have to put an addition sign or subtraction sign or multiplication or division in order to make the equation equal to the number at the end. So my son got this for like enrichment because this is considered going deeper. And if you were to do this, it would take you hours and hours on end because it's literally trial and error. There's no rhyme or reason. There's no method to help solve this. And it was really frustrating for my son because I asked this classroom teacher about it. I said, like, what grade level math is this? Like, is there a way to do this that we can help him? And she's like, it's from the fifth grade advanced math book. And so, I had him do like 3 of them because it was just for homework and then stop with that because, you know, like it's a whole page of them and it's literally just trial and error. My husband got an 800 on his math SATs. He's like, well, I could do this, but I would have to sit there for hours working on it too. These are the kinds of assignments that our kids are getting. They're in fifth grade for advanced math, which is literally busy work. It's not going further. It's really not enhancing their skills. Like I really don't believe that trial and error is busy work. There was another one last week at the curriculum meeting that Mrs. Sherman showed of blocks with like pluses and minuses in between equals 16. And you have to use the numbers 1 through 9 to equal 16. That's the same thing. There's trial and error. And I guess I'm just frustrated because I just want to see our kids going further in math rather than deeper because a lot of the kids in sixth grade who were eligible to take pre-algebra this year just spent their entire fifth grade year doing busy work like this. And I'm really hoping that we could get a strong math program starting for the top 2 to 3% of kids starting in fifth grade going forward. And I thank you for your time.
Edwards.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I have not had the opportunity to attend the curriculum meeting just due to time constraints, and I submitted comment, but I think a little bit late. So I'm actually going to divert from my comments based on a number of the things that I've heard here tonight. But I just wanted to kind of share a personal anecdote. I have children ranging from 24 to my sixth grader, who is my last, but will be my third Beecher graduate. And this is a little guy who at 3 years old could do computations in his head that we were like, oh, wow, what are we dealing with here? And we were really, really fortunate to have the opportunity to enroll him in the MAG program here at Beecher, which was a wonderful opportunity to give just kind of like a diverse education. We've been through with another child who was also kind of advanced in math, just like in those early years of first through third grade, when everything was just computational skills, it just was agonizingly boring. We ended up homeschooling that child. My child that's gone through in Beecher MAG was such a good experience. Moving into the fifth grade, we realized that we are now faced with a completely different set of challenges. So we're now faced with a child who's coming home saying, oh, it's easy, I'm all done with it. You know, not learning the rigor of having to do the work and of course being challenged in an area that he loves and honestly makes school what school is to him. And so we moved into the sixth grade and I felt so empathetic that we had some staffing changes and doing something different with all the children changing different classes. I've been patient, but again, what's coming home as challenge work is just busy work. It's the same rote repetition of skills just turned into a puzzle. And I'm not even letting my child do this. He already has demonstrated that he knows the material. I actually asked about pre-assessments and I was told this is sixth grade material. It's all brand new. We're not doing pre-assessments. So there was no assessment of the skills. So I'm on the fence about whether or not all children need to move and actually be a full year ahead in curriculum as they go through. I think there's already an opportunity for them to be on a faster math track. But I do think that we need to be offering differentiation and allowing our children to be with others that are engaged and excited about math and being taught by someone who feels the same way for them.
Javier Aguilar.
Good evening, esteemed members of the board, Superintendent Tenza, Principal Sherman, Mr. Sapia. I appreciate deeply the opportunity to address you tonight as a Beach Road School parent. First and foremost, thank you for the blood, sweat, and tears that you give us and our community every day, and also to a much lesser extent, the opportunity to address you guys tonight. I come before you tonight offering my support for expanding the pre-algebra program into a comprehensive advanced math program that includes both 5th and 6th grades here at Beecher Road School. This is a very personal topic for me. I'm a product of public schools, not the public school system that we all know and enjoy here. I'm a product of underfunded, under-resourced, and underachieving Louisiana public schools. And as a terrible a reputation as they have earned, the one thing they did offer was a separate gifted and talented program for hungry and overachieving students like myself. In that program, I was mentored by some of the finest educators I have ever met. And they instilled in me the habit of reaching for my own potential and not what the state decided was a standard or what the state decided was good enough. It was this constant challenge that taught me to consistently seek those standards for performance and instill the mentality of excellence that I carried throughout my entire academic career and later my professional career. It's for this very personal experience that I stand before you and bring whatever humble support I can for this cause. Without that increased challenge, I would not have experienced nearly as much success as I did. There were eventually 3 of us from my graduating class of 652 that were accepted into Ivy League schools, and all 3 of us came from that gifted and talent program. As proud as we are of Beecher's history and accomplishments, when the opportunities present themselves for us to exceed and go beyond those standards, it should go without saying that we should not hesitate to grab those opportunities. So again, thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. I hope you will consider this and the other statements from parents tonight in support of this program.
Hi, I'm Betty Miller. I have a 1st grader, a 4th grader, and a 6th grader. I spoke at the curriculum board last week or 2 weeks ago, but today I wanted to really talk about my daughter's experience. So I have 3 daughters, and I have one in particular. Ever since she started kindergarten, every year she comes home. School was fine. It was easy. I was bored. I sat and doodled. I sat and read during math class, which is fine. You know, she'll be fine because I'm a math teacher, so I can provide the extra stuff for her. But this year, she has an exceptional teacher who allows her to do a pre-test and a post-test. So she starts the learning from where she tested out of, right? Exactly where she's at. And she runs off the bus every day, so excited to tell me what she did in math. And I've never seen that from her. She's in 4th grade. And so as a parent, I'm like, oh my gosh, she's found her love for learning again, right? She's running off the bus to tell me math stuff, which never happened before. It was just like, oh, my favorite thing at school is recess or lunch. And it's just so, as a teacher, I'm just so thrilled to see that, you know, spark ignited again. And I think it shouldn't be dependent on teachers, right? there are amazing math programs out there because I found them. I'm a high school math teacher, but I don't have time to create elementary school stuff for them. And I found really amazing math programs that are really good for enrichment, acceleration. And so I don't think the burden should be put on a teacher. Like, teachers are asked to do so much. I think the board should invest in a great program to, allow the teachers to use, to challenge our kids. And I've taught in schools that had different tracks, tracking and non-tracking. And the truth is, no matter what, kids are going to talk about themselves and their abilities, like, oh, I'm bad at math. I'm great at math. I saw it every day in my classroom. And it was my responsibility as an educator to say to them, it's okay to learn at different pace. You might learn really fast and you might learn really slow, and that's okay. And to kind of celebrate that differences, right? So that it's not, oh, we shouldn't accelerate certain kids because other kids will feel bad. It's okay. They might learn math faster. You might be great at pattern recognition. You might be a fast reader. It's okay to be different. And I think we should celebrate that and embrace it in our kids and really talk about it in a way that it's okay. It's okay to learn differently. So I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone in person? Anyone who is participating remotely that wishes to make comment? Twice, I do not see anyone who wishes to make public comment who is attending virtually. So I thank you all for coming this evening and offering public comment. We'll move on to the PTO update. Cindy Kruger, President. A written report from PTO can be found online in Board Book. I encourage the public. And Cindy, you're here to highlight some things that are added to.
I am. Are you guys gonna put that up? I know I had trouble last time. If we can't, then we can just go through it orally. That's fine. In your board packet. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so the PTO is here to report that things are going well. We have, since we last met, started our grade level socials and appreciate the school's support for our Original Works fundraiser, which we are really looking forward to ordering the artwork of our children in the next month or so. We were able to execute Picture Day, and our big excitement right now is preparing for the Halloween Hoot. I'll take a moment to talk about that and say we have over 100 volunteers prepared to help us. We have over 20 coordinators who spent endless hours. Kristen has spent a lot of time on that auction. We really do thank the board for your donation to the auction. We'd like to encourage the community to both bid there and show up at the event. And anybody who prays, please talk to someone about the weather, because we really would love to have great weather, but we'll see what happens. And then I just did want to say one thing about our in-school educational enhancements, just to give you an update on that. That was slide 3. We have kicked off the grade level needs for the teacher, the in-school presentations that are being planned. The teacher grants will kick off in the next month or so, and we are revisiting author visits and empathy week. We will do them in some way, but we're just figuring out exactly the best way to support the library and needs for this year. So if there are any discussions about that, I will look forward to the next meeting where we will tell you all how the hoop went. So thank you.
I know there's excitement out there bubbling about the Halloween every year. I love the sign. It's this coming Saturday to the Halloween. Yep. Consent agenda. The minutes of the September 18th regular meeting are included in this evening's consent agenda, along with the budget narrative, the budget summary, the financial report, and the combining financial. Also included are two policies for 30-day review. Policy 3542.41, food service personnel professional standards, and policy 4113.12, minimum duty free lunch periods for teachers and other certified staff. So does anyone on the board wish to extract anything from tonight's consent agenda for discussion? Seeing nothing, may I have a motion to accept the consent agenda? Maria,
I move that we accept the consent agenda as presented.
and do I have a second? Mike? Motion made by Maria Madonic, seconded by Mike Scrambler. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand.
My hand is raised.
Your hand is raised. Thank you. And there it is. I see all of them raised. Thanks, Brooke. That's unanimous, Marcia. And so I would remind board members to review those policies in the next 30 days. We'll vote on them at our next meeting. Board members might have noticed a little change in our order for the normal order that we follow for reports. We've moved Finance Committee up to a very prestigious spot, Mr. Lauren, because we also have a consultant who will be presenting to us this evening. So I'm going to turn Finance Committee report over to you, Stephen.
Why, thank you. And do we want to engage in that conversation first or go through the numbers first? Why
don't we do that first and then go back to your regular numbers report, because Mr. Giuliani is here this evening, and I'm going to ask him if he would come join us at the table so that people can hear. And Bonza, do you want to do the introduction? Sure, the official introduction.
Sure. So as part of our ad hoc committee last spring, where we had a large group of stakeholders trying to look at our increasing enrollment and size, building usage, lack of space, one of the outcomes was for us to obtain Beach Road School. Would that include adding another arm or going taller or reconstructing without increasing our surface area? Maybe we don't need to do anything. Maybe somebody creatively come in and look at some of the space we have and use it differently. Maybe we need a separate building for part of us or all of us. We really didn't know. So part of the outcome of that committee was to put together a request for qualifications and proposals to explore those options. And in doing that, Donna Kuhn and I, our Director of Business Services and Operations, started to look around for examples because we don't want to recreate the wheel. So Donna had put out to CASBO, are there any RFQs similar to this type of project? And what we learned is what we already know, which is Beecher Road School is very unique, and there really aren't elementary schools like ours in the state, or actually even nearby at all. So we're very large, we're very flat, we're a very large surface area and enrollment. Most elementary schools are not our size. And so there was nobody who could give us a good example to go from. And what I believe, and I shared with the board, is that I think get the right information. And I'm not even sure, I do know a lot about education,
I'm not sure I would know all of the right questions to ask. So it is reached out to them. We met Jim Giuliano, and he came down and met with us. Donna Lynn happens to be in the building, Principal Lisa Sherman, myself, talked with us, listened, walked our building, got an eyeful, and said, I think we could probably help you in some aspects. And he went off and he said, I'm going to create almost, not necessarily a menu, but a list of opportunities for which you might use our firm. And he kind of put them in order. And felt like perhaps when we shared this with our committee meeting, which happened to be the finance committee, we felt that it would be important for the whole board to hear some of what this is. So that of the company. And we're delighted to have you here this evening. Board has received your proposal. Once.
Great. Just to. So. That obviously told me about your school and enrollment projection that you have. Which, you know, I think maybe it's a good thing because you're looking at your 10. But, you know, also you're limited in your base. So you need to address that as well as some other items. And there are a number of ways to do that. You know, we need to be able to communicate that to a potential architectural firm to come up with a number of options for feasibility study, such as, like you said, you talked about the possibility of repurposing space within the confines of the existing walls of the school, the possibility of adding space, the possibility of, you know, maybe do you do something else and break it up into two, you know, those are the types of things that we would take a look at, and we would make sure that we put into a request for qualifications and request for proposal from a design firm who has experience in Connecticut school construction, Connecticut school design, to be able to give you those options. And, you know, we have experience in writing RFPs, specifically for those types, or this type of assignment, to make sure that we're covering all the aspects and all the options that the town of Woodbridge would be interested in. So we did that, and in the proposal that I sent you, I kind of gave you some highlighted bullet points in that, you know, what we would do. First of all, you know, our phase one was the preparation of the feasibility study, RFP with the various options. And then once that was completed, we could go on to managing, you know, and the architect was selected. We would go on to oversee the management of the architect, coordinate site visits, check up on progress, make sure that the options that we're asking for are included, and that they're working on the various options. That would be phase two. And then phase two and the next phase, educational specifications, it really kind of, the educational specification will be dependent on a option that the Board of Ed in town wanted to go with. You know, whether it be, hey, look, you have enough space within your existing facility, all we need to do is reconfigure some space to create more classrooms, or you know, we think the best option might be, well, we will reconfigure some space, but also you need maybe an addition to accommodate your projected enrollment. So those are the types of things that we would look at, but then your educational specifications would be dependent on what option that Board of Ed in town selected to move forward with, because the educational specification would have to be, for that specific option that you're looking. We also could provide pre-referendum services, work with Board of Ed in the town in developing strategies for moving forward, communication strategies, things of that nature. We've done that various towns and districts throughout the state. And then if you have a successful referendum, we could help you with preparing the grant application submitted to the state. So that's kind of how we look at it. It's phase one and phase two. Again, those two kind of go hand in hand, but again, it's up to you. If we can give you the RFP, and if you want to manage that process afterwards, that's totally up to you as to how you want to do that. And then once the architects are done with their assessment, the Board of Ed and the town decide on how they want to move forward. Again, that's when we look into the education specifications. That's when we'll bring in our educational specialists to meet with the administration and talk about, okay, this is what the direction we're going to go in, and how do we want to see that move forward. So I guess with that said, if there are any questions of the board.
Great. That was a wonderful overview, Jim. So I'll begin with, do you have any questions?
Sure. Yeah, no, thank you so much. And, I particularly like the way I'll use the technical term, this is chunked out into different aspects, because I think for us, this will be a process where we are learning. It is a decision we have to make in partnership with the town, really determining what the needs are. So being able to sort of take those aspects. My question really is around timeframes. So I look particularly in the initial part. I mean, we're in October, so October, November, of course, everything kind of moves, but basically the first phase of preparing the RFP, RFQ. And what's the Q? I know RFPs, but what's the Q?
Qualifications.
Qualifications, thank you. I should figure that out, but then instead of Googling, I'll just ask the question. And the other, so basically that's a 2-month process. And then managing the feasibility study process is 2 months. So I see how the proposal can be done in 2 months. Will the architecture firms typically working on that fast a time frame? I'm just curious.
It could. It may take a little bit longer, but whatever it takes, that will be charged for that 60 days. But yeah, it could take a little bit longer. They work pretty quickly. There's going to be a lot of meetings with the Board of Ed and administration to understand the needs and the requirements of the Board of Ed and the town. I think that's where the majority of the time gets taken up. And then the design firms, especially, obviously you want to get a design firm that knows Connecticut school construction and understands the process. They can move fairly quickly with developing different options and kind of say, okay, if we do this, this is how this would look. If we were to expand the existing school, we can look at doing, connecting, different parts of the school. Or, you might be better off doing 2 schools, because I think you're looking at almost 1,000 students, if I'm not mistaken. That's
885 October currently.
Currently it's
Current,
885.
but we're projecting.
I think your projection was just under 1,000, if I'm not mistaken. That's a very large elementary school. I don't know of any. I've worked all over the state and I've not seen an elementary school that big. So you kind of have to look at, and we talk with you with educational specifications. If you're going to stay in one building, a school within school type of situation, but obviously that would have to be, reviewed with larger school that I have personally worked on. CHG has personally worked out 600 weeks So that's a brand new school that hasn't been built yet. It's in, we're finishing up the design to go to the state for approval and then out to bid and start construction in late March or April. So but that's the largest one that I've been involved. Elementary.
Yeah.
Elementary.
All right, one other quick question, and that's about the lift. So in terms of thinking about what your role is vis-a-vis the administrative staff, you know, particularly just because it's a very lean leadership team.
Yeah.
Managing a very large institution. How does, you know, to what extent you're referencing that there's a lot of engagement needed and there's a board, but in terms of the actual sort of documentation and some of the work that can go along with these processes, is this something that's held fully by your firm? Or is there an expectation that this is going to be something administration is going to have a role in, I don't know, capturing specs or doing other types of things?
They would have a role in, you know, us engaging with them in meetings and understanding what the needs are, what, you know, what your educational philosophy. But yeah, the architect and ourselves and CSD would be documenting that information and presenting recommendations based on that information that we see.
Great, thank you.
There, Beth, do you have any questions?
I just have one question. It might be a dumb question, but I see the grant application is like a large chunk of the money there. What happens like if we don't get what we were expecting for a grant? Like
If you don't
it doesn't turn out to be as great of a grant as maybe,
Then-
but you
charge you, it's really a sequence of events here, you know, phase one, phase two. And if you way for that the town decides to go. So grant application, education specifications, and then like now we don't want to do anything, and that's fine. That's there with grant application.
but you see the 36.
I'm sorry?
But the 36,000 is the grant application together. Am I reading that right? Okay.
Correct.
So you, okay.
Yes, that takes, that's quite a task. There's a lot of documents. Then some of the documents are going to be created as you go through this process, but then there's another level of documentation that needs to be, and we have to work with letters that have to be signed and uploaded. There are resolutions that really come from the town. We work with town Board of Ed to make sure that you have all the documentation. That's why it's the 35 or 36. And also with that, please note that does include the process of this part.
Thank you so much for coming here tonight to help us understand what's been going. During the ad hoc meetings, we were able to listen to a presentation from a gentleman who helped out with Guilford's when they built a new high school a couple of years ago. And they were under a little bit of a time constraint because state reimbursements were going down. And so they did a lot of things concurrently. So consequently, like their ed spec and their feasibility, everything was kind of done sort of concurrently at the same time, and they put everything in one final presentation that went to the town. So my question is just about, because we have a little bit of time to play with separating those out. So the education specifications are going to look at our instructional needs, types of spaces that we would need, and then depending on what type of architectural design is most feasible, would determine what of those specifications we're able to do. The design firm, the cost of the feasibility study, how much did that usually run? Like,
Well, because we're looking at options.
okay,
The market is so crazy. I would have to say you're probably looking in around between 50 and probably 120. All depending on, the firm that gets sold. And it's because we're looking at a number of different options. So the different options are going to take different levels of effort for the design firms to look into. So, like I said, we're looking at the possibility of can stay within the existing footprint of this building. If we can't, what are we looking at for the possibility of an addition on this building? On a school that big, are we looking at the possibility of, parse up this school's, existing building and create a new smaller, have two smaller elementary schools? Those are the types of things that they're going to have to, and what we put into the RQRP. So that's kind of why I give a range. I mean, sometimes, it had an RQRP for one school and a range, it basically was that range. And so, you just don't know what you're going to get. So,
Right.
But there are a number of very good architectural things. Understanding the Connecticut school construction process. I think you get a good showing of firms that would be interested in this, which then,
Could help us be
creates
competitive.
Right.
Thank you. So that feasibility study, and I think you had just mentioned this, you talked about the cost estimate being included in that. And again, the presentation that we saw as an example had kind of all of these things at the same time. So I'm just trying to, in my own head, tease out what part of this process. So when we looked at what Guilford presented to their board of selectmen and finance and to members of the community, they presented, I think they picked was 5 or 6 different options of what they could do. It was do nothing and maintain the building the way it was, which for us is not really an option because we have this increased enrollment that we are looking towards. They had options for partial renovations and additions, and then it worked its way up. I think there were 2 different renovation and addition options, and then it worked its way up to a brand new building. And then the cost estimate was there, along with the state reimbursements that we would get, the cost adjusted for the reimbursements, and then the implications for the taxpayer, both immediately 5, 10, 15, and 20 years out from the bond. It was also included in their presentation. But like I said, I think because of their short timeline, there were multiple things that ended up in one document. So I'm just curious, is that type of looking at the tax implications and also looking at the total cost, that might be something that would be helpful to present to the community, at least a few different options so that people could understand what we were working with. And then ultimately, whatever decision we came to at the end of this, we were very clear at what the numbers we were looking at throughout this process. So with that, is that what you meant by cost estimate? Would that be included in this type of study?
So the cost estimate would be the construction. And then from there, we would work with the town to understand what the impact would be for taxpayer. Now, that level of, again, because until you kind of, and speaking to how you had the different options, the do nothing option and just maintain really isn't an option, I don't believe, for you. If you want that option, we could put it in the RFP, but I think it might be kind of, I don't want to say a waste of time or a waste of your money. Why don't we kind of go on to what the issue is, and that's your growing enrollment, right? So that was going to be my approach in writing the RFP is do nothing is really not an option. Obviously, before I issue the RFP, I'm going to review it with the Board of Ed to make sure that, we do cover everything that it is that you're looking But again, like I said, the do nothing really isn't an option that I understand. But
I just think it might be important to say, this is what your class sizes would look like if we did nothing, just so people see and don't think we're trying to cram something down,
right, but
you know,
in terms
without
of, right,
trying everything we can to
I
manage
understand.
the mill rate and everything, you know?
Correct. And I understand, what you're saying, in terms of do nothing and kind of fix the
Yeah,
issues.
it's just now our class sizes are gonna be this.
It's true,
Yeah.
but can your existing facility absorb that type of class? So if
It
you're
might
going
be
from
more
20,
that
let's
we
say,
need. Yeah,
right, from 21, and then you've got to have a class of 28, you know, does that even work?
would that even do it?
Well, that has to do with our class
Exactly.
as well.
Right.
Kind of an issue with the class.
Because if you came to you with a class size of 28, you can say you're crazy. You
Right,
can't.
but at least
That's
it's
not-
showing.
So those are the type, and again, you know, do nothing and fix it as it goes along. That's not your issue that I understand, unless I'm misunderstanding, because your situation is, you know, your building seems to be well maintained. And obviously you always have to do something. It's nothing that never has to be done to public school, believe me, but been around. But your issue is the enrollment and the growing enrollment. And what can you do again within the existing walls with a addition or you know, two school, break it up into two schools. And I keep saying that, but you know, there are, I'm sure, some other variations within that that we would be looking.
My last question kind of feeds off the conversation we were just having about, you know, doing nothing is really no longer an option for us. We are looking towards some ballooning populations just from legislative changes and who's coming to kindergarten and 2020 being a bubble birth year. We are looking at some increased enrollment in a couple of years. What do you think the overall timeline would be realistically from doing these studies to maybe marketing is the wrong word, but presenting them, I think is a better word, to the community, going to referendum, and then being able to start and complete a construction project?
Well, being, let's say, optimistic and, you know, we go through this study that, and we get a successful referendum, let's say in the spring. And let me preface that by saying that we can do a grant application without a referendum. The state will allow you to submit a grant application for a project. As long as you have a referendum scheduled for, then they usually give you to November. So there were some grant applications that were submitted in your deadline for a grant application is June 30. So there were some grant applications that were submitted on June 30th of 2023, but they have until election day to hold their referendum and get back to the state as to whether or not the referendum was successful. Some towns elect to do a referendum to know that they're going in with a grant application that has, that is approved by the town and the residents, and they want to move forward with that. So, those are discussions that we would have to have in terms of, how we want to move forward. So, you can have a referendum, and I say spring just because it gives enough time to kind of get through this process. Depending on the town, I've not seen it work out well on rushed referendums because, you want to get the information out there and you don't want to see that it's people feel as though that the process was rushed. So, May referendum may work well. And I'm just throwing that out there, obviously, the town and the Board of Ed have to make that decision, but we have seen, May referendums Again, if you want to hold off on the referendum, you can submit the grant application without the funding approval and subject to a referendum in November of 24. So let's just say we submit the grant application for June 30th, 2024. And then the Board of Ed want to move forward with hiring an architect for the design of the project, as well as hiring a construction manager to do the pre-construction services as well as the construction services. We would start that process, and we would recommend that you start that RFP for architectural design services for whatever was selected, addition, renovation, new school, whatever option was selected in July of 24. You make that selection, you're going through the qualification and proposal process. I'd say you have to hire by September of 24. The design starts, and then usually how we do it is we'll wait a month and we'll issue the RFP for CM services, construction management services. They would be hired by October of 24. The design firm would design the whatever it is that was selected, and that I would say would take until September or October of 25. You go through the state approval process that will bring you into let's say the end of 25, December of 25, beginning of 26. And you get approval from the state to go out to bid. That would be January and February of 26. You start construction in, let's say, either but bids come in, the construction manager assembles his GMP, his guaranteed maximum price, in, let's say, March of 26. Construction starts in, let's say, the beginning of April of 26. And then by June, July of 27, project is complete, and you'd be in operation by, let's say, August, September of 27. And then there's a closeout phase that usually roughly 6 months. So that's kind of it in a nutshell, as long as everything. And again, it also depends on what is decided as to how you want to.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Jeff?
Yes, thank you for your time. Essentially, phase one, there's a lot of options. Essentially, the sky's the limit right now for us. Do you need more of a narrow direction, or at least a target to aim to?
I mean, I think I understand what it is that the Board of Ed is looking for. So what I would do, and that was from my discussion and tour a few weeks back, what I would do is shell out the RFP, share it with the Board of Ed and with you, and say, okay, here are the options that we're looking for. Is there anything else that we need to add? That you feel is important. And then make edits to the document, and again share that final. We would hopefully be the final document before it goes out for the official release. So and then there could be during this whatever architect is selected, they may come up with an option that they would recommend, but and that might be something that they may say, okay, you know what, we saw your options, but we think that this might be a viable option as well. So that is a possibility.
And then more of an internal question. You're starting to see some numbers, but at what point do we involve the town? This is a town asset. As a district, we are hoping an issue that we approve the town asset. Maybe the town involved in this real conversation.
Yeah, definitely.
So we wanted
obviously, Jim, to talk with the board tonight. We have our monthly meeting with Beth and Tony on Wednesday. And the three of us, this is on my agenda to talk with them about, because while there might be some small pieces of this that we could say we might find some funds for, this is a town building, and I would not expect our operating budget to be covering these funds. Our operating budget is for learning and teaching and math, right? You know, but this also needs to happen. So that is our conversation with the town.
Capital fund, yes.
Now, they're gonna go through facility November 4th, and that it's not formalized yet.
It should be abundance of tier, existing building to the costs, which is what we need, and if we go to a new building, this is.
So we haven't,
Option
we
B.
haven't put this in there yet, based on our conversation on Wednesday. You put placeholder on, remember last year, you know, just kind of let the town know, you know, they're just kind of silly time numbers, but we just put big chunks of numbers for the next 6 years, you know, for something.
It's or major
no.
reconstruction.
No, it should not.
I'm saying option B. Option A is say and see building. Option B. That was gonna go to sort of language. I think I'm gonna figure out the. Yeah. Sort of. All. Now. We know this is a difficult, but what are we looking at? Because I think the town will figure some sort of idea. Does it look like the children in the school and it will separate the school? Well, the thing is, I mean,
State has square foot requirements for space standards function. You put in the grades, your projected enrollment, your highest 8-year projected enrollment, and it pops out a square foot of building that you're allowed by the state. Now, you can go over that, but the state won't participate. And if you go over that, they say, okay, your reimbursement rate. Try to place here. I got to bring my list with me. But you know, if it's, let's just say it's 50%. It's like 30%. Whatever your reimbursement rate is, if you elect to build a building beyond your space standards, then your reimbursement rate gets reduced by a certain, you know, by the percentage over. So, and then, but, you know, in your case, you know, you kind of have, because there's a possibility of doing an addition, and you could do an addition and not do, you know, renovations to the whole building. You know, it all depends, because like I said, really, it's, you know, it's not bad, you know, but it all depends on, you know, we have, I want the architect to kind of take a closer look at stuff. I don't know where you are with your roof. I think if I remember correctly, you did have some roof issues. So, you know, does that get worked in with an addition to accommodate the growing enrollment? That's a different, you know, that's a totally different cost than saying, okay, you know what, let's create another, just say 450 student elementary school, brand new somewhere else. So yeah, we are looking at very cost implications that would be divergent in, you know, and not really be able to do good, you know, and do an addition here. And what is that size? You know, what is the size of the addition? And again, that really is going to come from architects wanting to understand, you know, what you have, how you use it, to see if there's space that could be allocated for the growth of the flow. You know, obviously, I took a quick walk around. I'm not an architect, but you know, there could be a possibility of reuse of space or some, you know, unique look spaces where, okay, yeah, you do need an addition, but it doesn't need to be that big, you know. So those are the types of things that we're looking at. Structural firm, that's what I would be advising in our team for the architect.
No, but yeah,
The general construction rate is 32 and our new construction is
so general is actually higher.
Yeah, so what the state did a number of years ago was they tried to incentivize districts to renovate and because in their mind it was less expensive because you're not paying for foundation structure, you know, things of that nature. So they made your renovate this new reimbursement rate 10% higher than if you were to go out and do.
Do you have any other questions? Yeah.
No, I'm glad you're willing to take a deeper dive. This school does show extremely well. It's actually part of our problem. It's an aging building, lots of abatements, 83 exterior doors, security issues, so it's more than that.
Right, and like I said, that's why you need that professional take a look at, you know. And you know, and speak with the administration as to how the building is, what what the issues are, what the shortcomings are.
Okay, great. Jason, you jumped in. Do you have any other questions? And
Just-
now back to
Yeah, so, thank you so much. This is excellent. Mark, what I was sort of missing was that first bullet point, phase one. I'm just gonna go back up there, the options. Yeah, the option I'm missing for myself is whenever I run these sorts of analysis, we look at resources in our neighborhood that we might be able to reuse or readapt, or resources in neighboring schools that we might be able to draw on. Maybe what's that goal that we can
That could, I mean, that's something that I didn't really say, you know, so are you thinking about, is there an existing building that maybe could be repurposed?
So they could be town assets. I know there's been some discussion, town assets available. But I was also thinking of neighboring schools that are seeing decline in numbers. And maybe using some of that middle school, like here is going down that road where they're seeing sort of empty bathrooms, etc. And so we might be able to shift maybe a grade from here to there, or would we be able to do that sort of analysis?
What are you, so, but you're
Yeah, we're a district. We would be sort of leasing them. So these are some of our maybe kindergarten or something. That would allow us to function.
Is it within?
Actually, it would be a better.
Yeah, so I don't know how the state did, so my understanding of your district is you each have individual elementaries. And then you share the middle school as well as the high school. You know, so, and if there was an underserved facility in a different town, I'm not sure the state would participate.
But they would participate in redoing our building here.
Yeah.
And then we would have to figure out whether there was a potential sharing mechanism, like we do under the boroughs.
like
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'd have to do some renovation.
Yeah.
And then we would be the participation.
Different towns, but. I think the middle
Is it
school.
Bethany and Orange?
Orange is for the high school, so the high school, I believe.
Orange, they're
Oh, okay.
Bethany. Bethany, Woodbridge, it's Bethany. And then both of those middle schools feed into one high school.
Wait. Okay, so it's only.
So I'm just looking at share resources. Town resources, share resources. Mediate.
I mean, that is something that we could, right in there and see what's available, but we would need that information really from you to understand what there might be possibility of using. The only thing that concerns me, like you said, if it's in another town. and, uh, The three districts that share the high school and the two districts that share the middle school, overlapping districts for elementary, I'm not sure if state would view. But, it's something that we could take a look at. It's a question I could ask the state.
That's a question I hear from people in unit. I say that. Is that something we could look?
The district could not have a high school and they pay tuition to their surrounding district.
Yeah.
To send their kid to
Well, it's like,
get their field or whatever.
I think, train that. So there's surrounding towns. Frankly, German towns that have options for their high school students to either go to academy, Groton, there's a number of schools within that area that they have options for, but that's more sending,
We should do that.
I've just seen the town assets.
I mean, that's
Maybe our kindergarten now.
Town assets, something. System buildings, it's an option we can look at, obviously. Being what it is with the makeup buildings. Now, do you have pre-K?
Pre-K.
You do have pre-K.
One.
18, it's 16.
20.
Oh,
We will expect that to go up, right? Okay.
Well.
With the bubble.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fine. You're all set, Jay? Jay, you're all set? Mike, anything?
So not to try to, that model is very complicated. And the addition, option that we were talking about would be hard, I think, to estimate what something like that would cost. But let's say we were going for a new building.
Yeah.
Based on some of the other projects that actually, wow, what are we looking at in terms of ballpark? That's the more expensive option, right? Most likely than the addition.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So you have a ballpark, what that would be for say about
Because it's, for school.
Yeah.
I was thinking waters.
or maybe you could have
50-ish. Or
Well,
700.
right,
well, yeah, I mean.
the potential of
Well,
splitting.
yeah, I mean, we don't, whether we would do one or two buildings, I don't know.
I mean, I've seen numbers last week. 826 square. It does not include acquisition, it's just construction, and, that has significantly increased over the past 3 years. Significant. We're doing projects now that are going out to bid that, in the high sixes, low sevens, 669 to 740. Now we're looking at where.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you so much.
Again.
That is, thank you, and know that our facilities representatives from our facility subcommittee are here, they're part of this board. And, you know, they're very interested. It happens to go to the finance committee first, only because that was the committee that we were meeting with. And we will be talking about this with the facilities committee as well, but I think this is really helpful, and then we're going to bring this conversation and continue it with the town on Wednesday. I really appreciate you coming down on such short notice and reaching out to them.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Still big too.
Great, no, we will. And thanks for your time. But
The school challenge, maybe about 5 square feet closer. So, overview of the finance committee report. Thank you as always to Donna, who does just such an amazing job of being on top of the numbers, digging into the numbers, clarifying when we have questions. So just a quick overview. The year is actually 25% complete, even though it's 2 months. So, you know, but that said, currently projected savings across all categories is about 282,000. It's early days, but it's better to be in the green than in the red. So just to quickly run through the elements of that. Dollars due to a teacher turnover this summer and half of the school psychologist position. We're also down 2 paras. On the flip side, that line item actually includes the unbudgeted SRO because we changed how we're paying for that. But nonetheless, we still have a net savings on non-certified salaries. So we've got that $87,000 total savings. 200 series benefits are on track currently. Would they stay that way? 300 series purchase professional services. We have $121,000 saving because we've gone from contracting with the police department for an SRO and are now paying our Officer Lynch directly. 500 series other purchase services. We currently anticipate a small savings in work comp and liability insurance of about $13,000. 600 series materials and supplies that's currently on track. Certainly expect we'll fully expend that amount. 700 series furniture and equipment. We're in the green by 45,000 since we were able to pre-buy $45,000 worth of Chromebooks with our fiscal year 2023 surplus. 800 series dues and fees are currently on track. 900 series miscellaneous expenses also on track. And of course, that's primarily the Ezra nurse, which we are required to include in our budget. The only element on the higher expense side of the ledger is in the 400 series purchased property services, where we'll need to purchase about $3,500 for some window doors for special education classrooms. And of course, it's early days with utilities. So I was listening to NPR on the way here and they said it's going to be a warm winter. So if that's the case, we should be good, personally and as a school district. So we will be very hopeful about that. So that's the overview. And our questions, and also we'll just note, we spend a lot of time in finance committee also chatting or generally at least giving some closer attention is to the special revenue programs, particularly cafe, extended day, where we have some large surpluses at the moment, and really to just say that we continue to explore, and by we, I mean Donna and Vonda, continue to explore options for how to reduce some of the surpluses that are really beyond, state ideal in terms of what we should have on hand. So, maybe things like, for example, in the cafeteria, having them pay for half-time custodial time for cleaning, which will reduce that budget impact for the school's overall budget. Also paying for some insurance, doing some other elements. So basically working on some various ideas for how to reduce the surplus to a healthy but not quite so large surplus. So, yeah, fund balance, exactly. Questions?
Anyone?
Very quickly, so. What's the idea to move?
Is the idea, maybe it's a Donna.
Attributing costs that we can identify in the cafe to the cafe so that the surplus, is that what we're trying to do there?
Yeah. Make it very clear that there's not, every year they're not gonna be able to support all those costs. Honestly, something like that. To load them up with everything they can support.
Is that how schools generally operate? Or do they generally include it within the operating budget? Because I see the cafe as a separate entity in a way, and we can treat it as a separate entity, so we're very fortunate. So that way we can reduce that fund balance.
Yeah,
That's the way I understand it.
Pay for improvements to the cafeteria and things like that. They can't, since some of that revenue is coming from federal government, the nutrition program. They can't contribute to, you know, things outside the cafe.
Right. So it's really going to an activity base. That's really good. I'm really happy.
And Jay, our elementary school, I think is exceptional in terms of, the revenue. Jane is amazing in terms of the revenue that have. I don't know that there are a lot of elementary schools that have these numbers. Right. I mean, everybody has had some help from the COVID, help for the free lunches, but Jane Lamb's this thing time every year.
The other one I have is expendable trust. I noticed that the Regis Vital, or just remind me what the trust is again.
Expendable trust has the wages that are in there really belong to the summer enrichment program and like the fun things that happen in the summer.
Because I was trying to think, I think it's expendable trust. I think of it as something like trips and things like that.
Things in there, but they don't necessarily.
And now it makes perfect.
The band.
One last thing, so that was the salary miscellaneous. The 25,000 on 190.
On the detail report or?
I'm just looking at the, what page is it, 1, 2, page 2 of the detail report, I'm sorry, it's the 10th item down, I think, or even 12th item down, salaries miscellaneous, 190.
Okay, so that is where we are now paying for our school resource officer, Officer Lynch. So
we're paying there, but so the whole saving has come off the other one. And
that's
you're
right.
paying there. So technically it's not the 140.
It's
115.
So that's our big saving, you know, it's a big part of our overall savings. It's from the line when he was budgeted, but he is now being paid as a district employee.
So there's still gonna be an encumbrance to that, but then putting it up on the 190.
Yes,
am I
but
right?
we should do a little budget transfer just to kind of clear that up. But overall, yeah, know that we do have a good amount of savings from that change in how we
Excellent.
employ.
Yeah, that is a very, very big saving. It's a very big
Right, because as he's retired now, we don't have to pay attention and his health and all that stuff.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Great. Yeah. Okay, we're moving on to classroom supplies cost estimate. The question raised by a board member about that, and Von and Donna have done some extensive research and now have a little report to give.
We did. I'll be condensed and quick. I went into the class list. A board member had asked, you know, how much would it cost us all in to fund the classroom supplies that parents are asked to purchase? So I went into the website, And I printed off all the class lists. So, you know, those were for a sixth grade student or a fourth grade student or a first grade student. This is what we would like you to have. And understanding that we, you know, we certainly can provide for anybody who is unable to pay. So I printed them off and I said, Donna, here's a grade level. Marcia, thank you, Marcia, here's a grade level. And then I went home and I said to my daughter, here is one. And I said to my husband, here's one. And we all used the same source, which was Amazon, just for cost equity. And we did the math. So essentially what I found, and then I multiplied it per student by the number of students in a class, by the number of sections to get a total. So I'll give you some averages. So on average, a teacher in her classroom or his classroom would spend, if we budgeted it, a teacher would spend between 2,500 and 2,600 per teacher for supplies, based on what they're asking for, which would then be multiplied by the number of classrooms that we have. I would take that total and I would subtract out about 2,700 because our teachers are already receiving $700 in last year's budget per class. So I multiplied that 26,000. So I multiplied that out. So if I take the math and I say, okay, if we were all in, we would spend about 106,000 on supplies minus the 26,000, puts us at about $79,000 or $80,000 to purchase all these supplies additionally. And again, I say that it's about because Amazon does not have the cheapest prices always. So school specialty is cheaper. If we were doing this, we could certainly buy in bulk. It would come down from the 80,000 the first year, and it would come down, I believe, the second year and year after, because right now this includes a pair of scissors for each child, a ruler for each child. Now, you're going to lose some scissors and rulers year after year, but probably not all 20. So over time, that would probably be reduced, but I wouldn't say in half, but it would be reduced. So I guess we could confidently say that if we were to fund the supplies and parents did not, I would say that next year we would need to put into the budget approximately $80,000. Which maybe a little more some help to get it all ordered. Yeah. Right, there's no fee in there, right? So it's, somebody needs to order. Somebody needs to check packing slips. Make sure it's all in. Somebody needs to disperse, because if we're ordering in bulk, now, you know, now we're counting and that's all fine. Bazillion fine that somebody here, now everybody is manpower. And so any way you look at it, anything is possible. Anything is possible. You know, but we did want to give you the information. So, anyone have any questions about that?
Quickly, so it's about $100 per child. That's what I'm. Higher than this.
It is higher.
Well, I took the 80,000.
125.
700. Yeah, but that's going forward, right? That's what I was factoring. You're not factoring in inflation as well. And so I would put that at 2 or 3% each year. Yeah. Because I was trying to remember what we said when I think it was Erin raised this issue. She said on average she was spending, I think, 150 to 160.
It's about 125. It depends on the class. It depends on the grade level and very specific requests.
And we are going to get economies of scale. I would think. The only part, like you said, is we call it management fees. Yeah. Coordination. And the other part I was thinking is, could the PTO work in with us on that? If we did think about doing something like this, they could maybe take this part over and use a part of the summer to create the boxes. Everything is sent somewhere centrally. And then the PTO puts a lovely box together for each classroom. And that way they would contribute a certain amount, say from the roots or some of these funds, and we could contribute a certain amount. And that way we could actually take that
Or not, non-consumable.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That way we don't have those boxes going in and out, and teachers, kids on the first week bringing things in, and teachers then having to figure out what they have and what they don't have, and so forth. I was just thinking that could be, I know it's more on people, but if we get a big economy, I would really want the PTOs to be involved in this and maybe subsidize a portion of this to the, et cetera.
Yeah. There's also some logistical, there's also some challenges too. Johnny got his full pair of scissors. First, keep on buying that scissors. No, but I mean, if you're being, yeah. There's a lot more to this than it just
I mean, my only, yeah, I think it would be absolutely worth the discussion with PTO. My only concern would be, would if PTO leadership changes, will expectations change at some point, and it ends up being the school's responsibility to do this? My other concern is simply, is it we're paying for supplies, or we're covering half the salary of a math specialist? I mean, sort of in that sort of hierarchy of priorities, it'd be great to do both and, but I wonder, just depending, I mean, we'll see where the budget, kind of where we come out in this process, but, clearly we've heard a lot about, the need to really, have more advanced math offerings. And, if this got us to a math and STEM specialist, I'm sort of, in that trade-off, it would be a discussion we'd have to have.
I think that's a really good point. And the commitment, that's the part that I find difficult. So you raise a very, very important point. When the PTO commits and it says to change in priorities, then we would be stuck with the bill. And the question now is, would that be built into our budget? Probably not. And so you're absolutely right. I think it's worth talking to the PTO about this to see how, if that could be managed some way. Yeah, I think so.
Just like you said, putting things together and, kind of assisting with, Donna with getting those distributed, et cetera. I think that's a great conversation. I think we do have to recognize that PTO is very strong, and it is a 501c organization. And as such, by tax code, cannot fund a line item in a municipal budget. So that becomes an issue, you could be creative about how you describe what they're doing, but you have to be very careful about what that actually covers. But I think, barring changes, but there was a time, before COVID where, the PTO worked during the summer to put together the packet for, incoming students and for the kindergarten families. So, I mean, it is a recurring thing, is something that, has been a tradition. So from a manpower perspective, I think that's a great conversation to have.
That's an excellent point of view. Nonprofit. So
but I think they can help out with that. Is absolutely, I think that's a great point and great starting point for a conversation with them.
And I just want to remind you that we are obligated and we do provide for anybody who is unable. These should say suggested with, because it's free public education, free and it's tax. But we could never say you can't walk in the door if you have purchased these items. We are obligated to make sure that the children have the tools that they need in order to learn. That is a basic responsibility of our district.
Okay, Donna, Vonda, and all of the tens and Marcia. And Mark. I think this was really informative, and thank you for your efforts in trying to share that. And I think that will be, as Stephen said, an interesting bit of information to have as we go forward with the budget. So thanks for that to all of you. Superintendent's report.
Okay. Again, I'll try to be speedy because we do have some very special events here that have been very patient. There's some exciting news. So I'm just gonna zip through a few things. Our enrollment is currently at 885. I think that was referenced earlier. And October 1st, which has come and gone, that's our benchmark. That's our official benchmark that we for the state reporting for our enrollment. So even though we will wax and wane, that will be the number that we use for the state. It is actually 45, 845 was our last September. So we are 40 more students up than we were last September. Coming in and talking with the board, Donna and I are determined to partner with you. I used that word with Jeff on the phone when I was talking with him a little bit, making sure that he was aware, that this was on the agenda. We are determined to try to help our district figure out a path forward, whatever that looks like, to make sure that our learners have the space they need and that our teachers have the space they need in order to do their work well.
Just a quick question now.
Yes.
Gone. The RFP process. So what I saw the message you sent us and I quickly looked at it. Did we go out to tender on that? Or we didn't? That's because I find it very difficult when I get one invoice in one company. I would just be more comfortable going to the town with at least two. If we could get some others or go out to tender on a short cycle of 30 days or something, so we can get it back quickly. So that at least we have a reference point. Does that make sense? Okay. If we could do that, that would be fantastic. I just really hate to go in with one. And it seemed to be that it came from the committee, and that's the other one where I'd say, ooh, right, there's some connection there, and somebody looked at that, they might say, well, hold on, why did they get it? Because it's on the committee, they got it. That's why just one more, just to give us a ballpark would be excellent. Thank you.
Budget season is upon us. Donna sent out some initial planning sheets to our departments, and we did bring out our capital budget plan that was in existence a few years ago. And we are in the process of, we revisited it with Vito. We talked about parts of it at the finance committee, and we are in the process of scoping that out a little bit more thoroughly to share. And we continue to need some work done. The roof, the incursion, the sidewalks, so we can't lose sight of the fact that that project that we have in place is only going to happen if we get the funding through a referendum. Math, I know a lot of our audience has left, but I do want to assure you that the administrators and I, we continued last week to work through board and community interest and concerns around math, especially at the 5th and 6th grade level. And we are going to have additional discussions within the next couple of weeks and hope to have information to share with you in the community soon. It is a topic that is important, and it will likely involve some more, slightly immediate tweaks, and then shorter term and longer term strategies to address. And it's also helpful to remember what Lisa Sherman shared at our curriculum meeting previously about the philosophy of Beecher Road School and math instruction. And it's also helpful to remember that, at least within this year, we are working within the parameters of resources that are already defined. And with that said, we have already begun, and we are continuing to creatively identify strategies that will address some of the concerns. I appreciate the comments earlier. I took a lot of notes and connected with a lot of it, and I hope it was sincere. I know it was when somebody said, you don't need to be perfect, because we are going to be far from perfect, but you will see effort. So I can assure you of that. Again, just one more plug for the Halloween boot. It should be very fun. I went to the Woodbridge Lake Me Day, and that was fun and informative. Calendar will be on an upcoming board agenda for 24-25. I bring this to your attention because last week at my BOA meeting, Amity asked if we would explore with our boards the opportunity of possibly discussing for Amity to help them extending February break to the full week and adding those 3 days on at the end of June to allow the seniors a longer period of time for their student internships for their master-based credit. Currently, most students cannot begin those until after Memorial Day due to AP exams. And because we are getting out earlier and earlier with less inclement weather days, which is not a bad thing, it is cutting their internship experience short. So I ask you to just keep that in the back of your mind and think and talk to your neighbors, and I will return to you with additional information about what Orange and Bethany are thinking and what their boards are thinking as well. Kindergarten start date, again, and I will be sending something out to the community shortly. The legislative change for kindergartners is now to turn 5 by September 1st instead of January 1st, and it goes into effect next school year. That brings Connecticut in line with most other states, and it was intended to make sure children are more equipped socially and emotionally for the increased learning demands of kindergarten. Under the legislation passed, school districts are allowed to admit a child who is not 5 by September 1st if the child's parent or guardian makes a written request to the principal of the school and the school conducts an assessment of the child before admitting them into kindergarten. And is not yet defined. So there's the tricky part. I've reached out to state of Connecticut, the Office of Early Childhood, TASE, PAPS, many superintendents, and people are all over the place. We are looking for clarification on the assessment process, what tools should be used, what cut marks should we be using for consistency, especially in a district like ours, where 3 elementary schools who could have 3 very different assessments, very different cutoffs, are feeding into eventually the same middle school, high school system. We need consistency and we need guidance in order to avoid what is not best for learners. So as of yet, I don't have any further information at all, but I will keep you apprised. Shortly, I will not steal Annalisa's thunder. We do want to get to the place where we can publicly share some very exciting information about our school, and that's all I'm going to say. I had more, but I'm going to zip it. Community chat on November 2nd. The administrators, it started with myself and Lisa talking, and I said, I want to do this, and Lisa said, I want to do this. And then the administrators were like, we want to join you on November 2nd. We're thinking around 6 p.m., but we haven't gotten any further than that. We're going to just open ourselves up in the media center to anybody who wants to come talk to us about anything. Anybody, come talk to us. Kids, parents, grandparents, board members. We want to hear what you want to talk about. We want to listen. The whole administrative team was very excited. They wanted to be a part. So it'll be like a little drop in and chat. What time is that? We're thinking 6. More to come soon. And assessment, you're going to hear shortly from our assistant principals about our spring assessments. And all I will say about that, I had more here, but I do want to publicly extend my appreciation to the planning, creativity, relationship building, and hard work of each teacher and para that goes into the learning that happens that's going to be shared. Everybody contributes, everybody matters, including all of our support personnel. So when we're looking at this and we're saying this is amazing, it's standing on the shoulders of our teachers and our paras, and you know, the cafeteria, the custodian, it's everybody that's contributed to that. And I just want to point out that the data you will see is outstanding, and we are still not done. We have places to go. Condensed. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions about that?
I was just gonna ask one thing, and I think I can raise it when we go to the curriculum. So one of the things I was thinking is there's 3 pieces to this pre-algebra now, and I think the next 2 years. And I think there's also a strategic implication. That's going to need, I think, input from outside, somebody to really put this together. So I was thinking of an ad hoc committee that would involve some of the parents that were sitting just there and others who could actually fit into. We had a math professor from Yale sitting here. I think we should really leverage on the resources that are within this community. And I know Mike's hands are full, so I was going to throw Erin under the bus here because she's not here. Well, that's what she gets when she's not here. But I was thinking maybe to make a motion on that. But first, let everybody think about it.
Yeah, I think that's probably. I want to discuss something soon.
All right, I'll take it all back. I'll let Mike take over.
Okay. Next is, smarter balance, but can we, switch it around a little, switch it up a
They're
little?
both exciting news.
Right, so I'm gonna switch up the agenda a little bit. And Marcia, do I need a motion to do that?
It's just one to two. You're just switching.
Well, I'm assuming you're just gonna have Annalisa do her update before the SBAC, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
You should be fine on that.
Okay, so we're switching up the agenda a bit, and we're going to have Ms. Sherman join us somewhere at the podium and share the Beecher Road School update.
I am going to invite some very special guests who have been waiting very patiently in a minute. But before I do that, I have a couple of other things to share with you. So first of all, I need to give another thank you to our fabulous PTO. They coordinated our picture day with our students, and we're so lucky that we have this gorgeous campus. Our pictures got to be outside. It was a really well-run process, and all of our kiddos should have their pictures coming back to them in a little while. Also have to give a thank you to our Woodbridge Fire Department. They came for their annual visit to our pre-K, kindergarten, first and second grade students. They chatted about fire safety, and the kiddos got to get their fire hats and climb up on the fire truck. It was really just adorable, and we're really grateful that the Woodbridge Fire Department continues to come and do that with us. And speaking of people that we are grateful for, it is Bus Driver Appreciation Week this week. And so this week we are going to be doing a few different things to celebrate and honor our bus drivers, including a little breakfast for them tomorrow after our bus evacuation drill. And it's also conference week this week. So conferences are Tuesday and Thursday. Conferences, as you know, are a wonderful opportunity to continue to sort of strengthen and build our homeschool connection and talk a lot about how the kiddos are doing in their classrooms and make sure that we have the opportunity to really focus individually on every single student. As Vonda mentioned, math continues to be a topic of conversation, math instruction in our school. And I have to say that it's really wonderful to have such a strong parent partnership with so many of our parents sharing their voices and their thoughts and their ideas about how we can do even better and grow even more. I think that's one of the most exciting things about being an educator besides the tiny humans that we get to hang out with every single day. I think that opportunity to just grow and be better and start fresh and learn is one of the most exciting things about being an educator. So, I want to really thank the parents for sharing their concerns respectfully and kindly and really willing to engage in this process and help us to all grow together. So we are, as Vonda said, we have already started. We have been having ongoing conversations about math instruction here at Beecher, and we're going to continue to examine our practice and think about how we can grow in this area and support our learners. Differentiation is important to us. Helping our students to grow and learn is important to us. Keeping them safe is important to us. So we are going to continue this work collectively. Now I'm going to invite two very special guests up. Jeannie Charliglio and Rachel Robinson are here tonight. They are our two amazing technology teachers, along with Anthony Billings, our informational technology manager. And the three of them comprise our technology department. And I am going to don't reveal the banner yet. We're so excited about this banner. Not yet. I'm going to read a little statement. So Jeannie, Rachel, and Anthony collectively, school has been recognized as an Apple Distinguished School for the 2023-2026 school year. I need to just pause and celebrate that for a minute, because becoming an Apple Distinguished School is a journey that takes a really long time, and they worked really, really hard on it. Apple Distinguished Schools are centers of innovation, leadership, and educational excellence. They use Apple technology to inspire, imagine, and impact teaching and learning
school-wide. And I just love those three words because that just captures everything. Inspire, imagine, and impact. Ways that we inspire, imagine, and impact teaching and learning here at BRS. Just a quick sampling. We start coding in kindergarten. Our 4 and 5-year-olds are learning coding, and that progresses up through the grades in many various and interactive ways. We create presentations regularly to share our knowledge using slides, iMovies, Google Docs. We have an amazing WBRS news program that is completely written, created, produced, everything by our students. And just in general, our technology is used to educate, enhance, and differentiate our instruction all the time. You walk into a classroom and it is being used all the time, all day long, across all content areas in so many different ways. And it is due to the leadership of these amazing educators. So we are really excited to share. Yes, do it. Our special. Oh, it's Yay, so this is our, show Rachel. Hey, come down. No, here. We're really excited, and what I have to announce is that we are going to have a big hoopla celebration coming up in November so that we can invite, hopefully members of the Apple Distinguished Learning Community to join us. We're going to, of course, invite our board members. Our students are going to be a part of it. The press hopefully will come and join us, and we are going to invite folks in to celebrate this announcement even more publicly, and also to show off how we are using technology in our classrooms. We had a very preliminary planning session for that, and we got very excited about it, and we are really excited to just make that happen and get everyone into our community to see the amazing ways and the innovative ways that we are using technology here at Beecher. So I have to just give a huge shout out to Jeannie and Rachel and Anthony, because this is happening because of the work that they do every single day, not only with our students, but really with our teachers. They work really collaboratively and collectively with the teachers to think about ways to innovate and inspire and imagine and impact all of our students every single day. So Apple Distinguished School, Beecher Road School, it happened. Yeah, I don't know. We gotta give them some, we gotta put those somewhere special.
Direction of the videos so that they can see them. Sitting here all this time. I know. Thank Rachel and Denise.
Now we're going back to 3B1, the Martyr Balance Assessment Report. Mr. Sapia and Ms. Apple.
Good evening, everybody. No, we are so excited to be here, and we appreciate the opportunity to share what we consider even more good news to the board and to the community about our 2023 SBAC results. So similar to what we did last year is, some of you have seen this already, but some just kind of key foundational points that are going to lay the groundwork for your understanding about what goes into the Smarter Balance assessments is students are assessed in grades 3 through 8 in literacy and math, grade 5 for the NGSS. It does describe student achievement and growth and measures progress, attainment of knowledge and skills, and it really does provide that annual snapshot aligned to the Common Core standards. And I always point out that, this is one piece of data in a larger sort of puzzle of the way that we view our students and the data that we collect and ensure we're meeting their needs. Achievement levels for the SBAC, and we also have the scale score. So there's levels. So level 1 does not meet the achievement standard. Level 4 is exceeding the achievement standard. So when students get their reports, specific level that they are at, but the levels are a little bit less precise than the scale scores. And so the scale scores that you're going to see right here provide a little bit more of a nuanced view into the student. And so what I mean by that is this. Let's say, for example, I'm looking at grade 3 math, and I'm looking at level 2. So it's between 2381 and 2435. So a student might be 2383, which is a little bit more on the lower end of that range. Whereas if I go and look at the ELA, let's say grade 4, they have the 2473 and the 2532. A student might be at like 2529, so they might be at that higher end of that specific level band. So there's definitely multiple ways to be able to look at it in terms of the level and also that average vertical scale score. And before I throw it over to Cheryl, just a little bit of background information here, the areas of knowledge and skills that are measured. Of course, we have the reading, we have the writing, we have the listening, and we have the research, and we have the inquiry piece. So I'm not going to necessarily read the right side to you because I think many of you are familiar with that component, but those are the 4 areas of knowledge and skills measured. Over to Cheryl.
So looking at this slide, this is an overview come up there, be up there in a second. Just want to make sure we're
A little bit slow to that.
yes.
There we go.
Okay, sorry about that. So this is an overview, again, as Vonda mentioned before, of our October, information. This came through, and this particular slide gives an overall view of the assessments of the ELA, the math, and the NGS. Looking at this overall, it shows last year's scores is 2021 to the 22 school year, as well as the last year's scores. And last year, our kids for ELA, all of our students, grades 3 through 6, were achieving, meaning they either met or exceeded the expectation, 81.7%, which was an increase of 1.2% over the 21-22 school year. In math, our students overall, 80.7% of our students were either meeting or exceeding the expectations, an increase of 4.1% over the 21-22 school year. For ELA, it also breaks down our high need students, and we had 51.8% of our students who were meeting or exceeding the grade level expectations. And that was up also 4.1% from the year before. And looking at math, we were at 51, that stayed the same, the 51.8%. The math increased for our high need students, 4.9%. And so we had 51.3% of our kids, of our high need students, meeting or exceeding the grade level expectations.
When we look at the NGSS, 85.9%, this is just our fifth graders, 85.9% of them were meeting or exceeding the expectations. And this year we had 57.1% of our students meeting or exceeding. If you notice that the information from the 21-22 school year wasn't reported, it was such a small of students that the information would be identifiable, so it's not reported out, and that's why we have that there. But this is really exciting news across the board. On the bottom area, we're showing this is the Smarter Balance growth rate. And so what this is this shows the expected growth of students based off of their previous scores. So it looks at their information, sort of that leveled piece that Jimmy was talking about based off of their leveled scores. It gives an estimate of where we think we're going to be the next year. And this year we had 61.2% of our students in ELA met the goal of increasing in growth. And we had 64.7% of our kids in math met that expected growth rate for there. Now, taking those original numbers there, we broke it down individually so that you can see. So when we're looking at the Smarter Balance here, we've got our grades 3 through 6 of our students who took this. And overall in that first column, it's showing all of our students who met or exceeded. And you can see our scores range, our students, 75.5% to almost 85% of our students are meeting or exceeding. What's really exciting about this slide is if you look in the last category, the majority of, so that first percentage combines the meeting and the exceeding, but that last category shows the kids who are exceeding. And our larger percent of our students here at Beecher are exceeding the expectations. So they're not only meeting, but the larger percentage of our students are exceeding the expectations in literacy. This is just similar to the slide that you had earlier where we talked about the background in ELA. This is the background in information and mathematics. And again, the column on the right shows what our students are expected to do and what the information, what this test is going to elicit from each of our students. And so the 4 areas in math are the concepts and procedures, problem solving, communicating and reasoning, and modeling and data analysis. So that's what our students are expected to do. And in that information, so in those areas, if we look at our math breakdown, so again, you know, our 3 through 6th grade, our students are ranging from 75.7% to 87% are either meeting or exceeding. And again, in that last column, the majority of our students are actually exceeding our grade level expectations, the grade level standards. Which is really fantastic news about all of our students, you know, grades 3 through 6. So when we look at the NGSS, again, this is just our 5th graders. So 86% of the students who have taken this are either meeting or exceeding. And again, you know, as following suit, most of our students here at Beecher were exceeding the benchmark standard. So that's really fantastic. And you know, it's something that I know that I'm coming into and I just get to share this data, but it's so exciting to be able to see these students and to see the work that's been put in across, you know, across grade levels. And again, as, you know, Vonda mentioned before, it's so important that this is really a collective celebration of our students and, you know, of all of the hard work that our students and our staff have put in from kindergarten on.
So now, you know, we're getting to the point now, obviously, in 2020, 2021, we, you know, the SBAC, because of COVID, you know, the scores weren't necessarily counting, right? So now we could start we're on year 2 where we could start to look at specific trends and follow specific cohorts. So what we did, this is the ELA portion here, so you can see we color coded it for everyone. So you can see now in 21, 22, for example, grade 3 was at 73.4%, you know. When it went to 22, 23, in grade 4, they went up to 84.6%. So, you know, this data here, and again, I'm not going to necessarily read every single proportion of this, but you can see overall, with the exception of ELA and 5, and a little bit went down from 22, 23 to 81.4. You know, there continues to be consistent growth for our students. Both, you know, with the level 3 and above, and also with the average vertical scale scores. For 23-24, we left open because we want to hopefully continue on that upward trajectory. The second piece here, and again, we did the same exact breakdown for math. So you can see, again, grade 3, 21-22, 79.8 to 87.2. Grade 4, 80.6 to 82.8. And grade 5, that jump is significant, 66.1 to 76.5. And, you know, to what Vonda said, to what Cheryl said, to what Lisa said, and everything that we know, you know, that's what is so representative of this community. It takes a village. We always say it's a small city here, and each player plays such a key role in the success of all of our students. And I think that's so well represented in this data point for our students. The next piece, and I know this is the very exciting, continued exciting part. We were, for the second year in a row, #1 in our DIRG. Yes. For both ELA, 81.7%, and for math, 80.7%. And you could see Cheryl did a great job of, you know, putting the highest percentage to the lowest percentage in the state of Connecticut, percentage on the bottom of that. So that's, you know, some good data to comb over. But of course, you know, we're so incredibly proud of now 2 years in a row, you know, being #1 and representing all the hard work that our district entails.
So looking at, you know, the follow-up and next steps and where we're at, you know, there are several things that we have on here that are actually have already taken place and, you know, are in process. So the first thing is that in addition to looking at our whole school data is we're really looking at individual data based off of homeroom and by former students. Jimmy actually did a great job earlier, actually before school started, and he was able to create and share information for all the teachers from their previous students, for incoming students, that's what we did first, from incoming students, and then he also did the exiting students. So teachers were able to see, you know, sort of where their kids were at, you know, coming into them and where their students left, you know, where their students to see their work there. We continue to work on professional learning and curriculum development. Those something that we're always talking about and really making sure that we're giving students the appropriate exposure to the different academic tools necessary. We're continuing to look and work with our coaches in both math and ELA and supporting our teachers as well as student needs. And we're always looking at progress monitoring using our STAR and DIBELS assessments, and those happen 3 times a year, and we go through, and that is, you know, because ESPA only happens 1 time a year, you know, we have other ways of monitoring our students and really addressing these issues. We have school-wide data teams where we're, again, looking at those STAR and DIBELS assessments as we go through. Our students were just finishing up the first time that they're taking them this year. So that's something that we'll be coming back together and going over soon. We definitely are using a lot of feedback with our coaching staff through our PLCs. So we have our ELA and math coaches for, you know, working together with our teachers at grade level PLCs to determine next steps, you know, within the curriculum, but also, you know, based off of student need and the results that we have in here. And then we will be, you know, working on coming up in December, we'll be creating the classroom sets to start to go through and have students work on the IABs, the interim assessment block. So, you know, prepping for and really experiencing, getting to know the interface, right? The interface of what the assessments look like, in addition to working with the content that will be reviewed with each of them.
And one of the great points to add on to that about the IABs is, yes, there is that interface piece, but there's also the piece where, you know, they use their SSID and their password. So the teachers are able to administer these IABs and then they get a return of data on that information. So again, that's another piece where it helps them kind of drive next steps aligned to the strands that are tested on the SBAC. Questions?
Any questions? How exciting this is again this year. And echo. First grade teachers, you would think, oh, well, it has nothing to do with us, but it really does, because the foundation begins in kindergarten, pre-K and kindergarten, and travels with the kids until the first time they take this test in 3rd grade and continues on. So kudos to the entire staff for what they do. in making this a reality. So I'll start with that. Any other questions or comments? Go right ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you for patiently waiting through lots of other conversations that we've had tonight, which were all excellent conversations, to present this to us. I just, I have two thoughts, and there's a deeper dive into these thoughts that I will save for curriculum committee regarding the math. But on the surface, I just wanted to point out, it has been mentioned in some of the comments, in various meetings, that there's a small group of high-performing math students. And this data would suggest that it is not a small group, but rather a large group of high-performing students in our district. There may be a smaller group of them who are even more advanced, but this speaks to a large number of students in our district that would benefit from making sure they're on the right track. And I think our growth numbers are excellent, but I think I see that's where our work could be as far as curriculum goes. In the 60% as far as meeting students where they are and moving them forward. So I thought those were great numbers, but I think that's where we need to do the work to get those numbers up, so that all of our students have growth during the year. And I think at a minimum, we do need to make sure that our highest performing students their needs and their challenges are met, but also I think we are such a high performing district. Based on these numbers, we need to make sure that we are setting up the majority, if not all of our students for success and the right math tracks when they get to middle school and high school. And even though, we're third, fourth, fifth grade, and it's hard to imagine, them, what is the last class they're going to get to in high school, and what does that mean for college applications, et cetera, but it matters. It matters starting at a very young age and working through. So I think we have a great opportunity here with these amazing numbers, and that we are such a high performing district that we have this opportunity to really do this for students. So thank you very much. Mike?
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. Really informative. So, very helpful. And I also am very happy about us being the top of the third. Exciting news. And it's good news to hear about the growth some of our students are experiencing and how many students are at higher levels of performance. So I have a question. I think some of this will bleed over to the curriculum committee discussion, but I'm wondering about what is going on with fifth grade and the transition between fifth grade and sixth grade. So that big jump, Jimmy, you spoke to fifth graders, which is a big jump. That what was it in math? The 66 to 77 jump is substantial, right? But if you look at the overall number in 2021, 2022, they were significantly lower than every other grade in meeting or exceeding expectations. And that was still the case in the 2022-2023 school year, just not as big of a gap. And the same pattern is there for ELA, just not as big. It's just not of an extreme gap. And so I'm just wondering what kind of thoughts folks have about what's happening there. What's happening in fifth grade such that we have such a big difference there in the number of kids who are meeting or exceeding expectations in both math and ELA, but especially in math. That's the thing.
Definitely see it, and I thank you for your questions and looking at that. That's something that I think we're going to need to take a deeper dive in looking at the information. So we are able to look at the individual results from students and really look at the different, breakdown of bands to see where they were improving and, where they improved individually, but also as, a collective class. And then we can go back. It's going to take a little bit of time, to be able to really look at and tease that out, but also to talk with the teachers to see, in our language arts specialists and math specialists to see what were the things that we specifically worked on. So I don't know if you've got anything else to add, but I think that is a great question and we can definitely look into that more.
Well, and I think too, you look for trends in the strands, and I think this is also an opportunity to build some capacity for our coaches too, like we referenced, right? They are very much data driven. They are so locked into that analyzing piece. They're attending those PLCs. They're working with the teachers. I think that to what Cheryl said and to what I'm mentioning about the coaches will really give us that opportunity to take a little bit of a deeper look at the individual students and then come back and have conversations with the teachers, right? And if you're noticing that some strands might be a little bit traditionally lower, that might be an opportunity to say, what can we do to provide support in that area?
Yeah. It's this, and I would like to hear anybody's feedback on this. So one possibility is that this is just the transition from fifth grade to sixth grade is just tough. And you would see this in any course. I don't know. I don't know if the pattern, if the data bears that out. So that would be like one hypothesis. Another hypothesis might be that we need to strengthen our math education in fifth grade. And then another hypothesis might be, I think this is probably less likely, but isn't fifth grade when we get student transitioning from MAG to out of MAG to fourth to fifth. Yeah, they're transitioning into fifth grade. And so is there something about that transition that is making it challenging for the MAG kids? I think it would be just useful to try to understand those possibilities and whether there's data to support either one of those or all of those. I just don't know. And I'm just curious about what might be explained, what might be the explanation.
Well, because the other one I would throw in, because you looked at fifth grade, I was looking at third grade and saying, why is it slower? And thinking about COVID, because they were kindergartners when school shut down. They were back in person in first grade, but there's definitely been challenges for that cohort. And it just made me wonder, for fifth grade then, when you brought that up, was there some learning that they may have missed? That in a sense they caught up on between the 21-22 school year and the 22-23 school year. I mean, I fully support the questions you're asking, the hypotheses and exploring those, I think it's right. But it also made me wonder, was there a COVID effect?
That's
another some gap in their learning that then they were able to get caught up on, during that year, but it didn't show up on the October scores.
Yep.
Because it's just such a jump. It's like, where did that jump come from? Like, there was something going on there, and that just seems like it's obvious.
Notice this search. So the ELA actually.
Well, for the third graders, it does.
So 52.
This went up, but third went
so
down.
The ELA goes down, math goes up. I mean, so
so it also.
I was like, English will come out, math is up so much. That seems to be like a real anomaly, given everything else is consistent. You're right, that first, third grade, they were in kindergarten. I think the kindergarten kids were ignored the most when I think about this.
Yeah, they were really impacted. They were sort of hitting their stride and really being able, having gotten the structure and socialization down and really able to dive into the learning in a different way. So, I mean, and that's interesting to me for third grade. And then, is there some, I mean, clearly there are additional supports coming in to help, kind of children catch up, but like our scores could come down as that cohort works its way through. And are they going to be consistent? I mean, that's what will be interesting to see the next year's data. Will it be consistently? Will they be consistent underperformer on this metric because of that experience? And that's just the reality. But I think, it's curious. Yeah, and Mike, go on though, but then I do have a question and a comment.
Oh, no, I'm done.
So one, I think the comment is, this is really fantastic. And how do we share this with the community to make sure people know about it? And, one of those things that's been coming to mind, and partly it's like the hearing what's going on at the high school level and this ranking and that ranking, and we're up, we're down, we're this, we're that. And it's like, is there a dashboard that we need to consider creating as a district, which is sort of a simple set of figures that goes up that just lets people know where we're at and demystifies all these questions about, because we know, because we're more closely focused on this, how important the holistic approach that future takes to educating students is. Everything that goes into that is critical to developing thinking beings who can be excited about learning. But then we also have folks who are like, yeah, but where did we rank? And what does that mean? And I think there's a way that it would be helpful. I think it would be to our benefit to be able to sort of convey that in a very simple way that lets people know the value of the education. And just given our larger conversation about what's happening with our building. I mean, the reason people are moving to Woodbridge is for the school. The reason most of us sitting at this table moved to this town was for the schools. And so as we make the case for what we're going to need in order to continue to have a facility in which to provide this high quality education, there's going to be value, of sharing, making sure people are aware of, really delivering on the promise of this school system.
I just have a question. So on the numbers, it seems like we are comparing ourselves to schools that like the full 3rd to 8th grade of those other districts. Is that right? So like, I'm guessing these districts are going to do their own little, just playing devil's advocate. Like if we truly just compared ourselves to 3rd to 6th, where would we fall?
That's one of the things that we were talking a little bit about, and that's, that would be a next step that I would think, right, is just kind of start to break down. We're not at that point, it's district to district. Yeah, we talked about that the other day, actually.
Okay, all right, all at grade levels.
Cause it's nice to like broadcast that, but then if somebody else was like, no, we're actually that.
This is the way the state does it. That is what we said, like,
Okay.
but we did just talk about, I wonder what it looks like if we look at all of West Hartford elementary schools together, right? We're should really look at them one by one, because each elementary school in a large district is different. But if we get an aggregate of each of these, it's a lot of math. Correct. That's so
Right.
it's great. So that's why the state just. That's what they do. That is what they do. Have to get the 10 family involved.
Or at least to be compared to Orange.
They do report by school. We have to pull all the school and pull out the grade.
Yeah, they say that's a good point. Some
Yeah.
West End, for example, moved over earlier, later, so how do you match like?
It's hard, but I think we can compare ourselves to the Orange School District because
that's not,
it's the same, their results are up to grade 6.
Right, okay.
No, that's part of the Amity District, isn't it? Maybe, yes. Regional District 5. Yeah.
Actually, I just remembered my question. So the test is taken in October and it takes roughly a year to get, that SBAC taken? Oh, May, okay, so we just had, okay, because it was October and I was like, wait, it takes a year to get these results? Okay, sorry, Mike. My kids took them, but clearly now. I mean, I even got the little reports. I'm like, okay.
I did have a quick question. Yeah, the question I had was relating to what we had about the 300, but I'm looking at our sort of number there, and I know it may not be like the like, so I picked orange. I thought they're the closest. And I'm looking at the number on the map. That's the easy one I can look at. It's 80.7. And the Orange School District is at 66. Right, so I went back up to see how many of our students exceeded expectations. And it's over 50 exceed expectations. So this is an anomaly. More kids in Orange are in the algebra qualification than we are. Does that make sense? There's something not quite right there. See where I'm going with this?
Yeah,
Maria, do you see where I'm going?
I do, but I think it's because I've had kids go through that process and it is, I can't put my finger on it, but it's a spot for discussion.
So we have such a high group in that group 4. And then when I look at the people that are going in the qualification, I see a note from the year my sons did. And I saw that the numbers were Orange had so many. And then I put it down to the number of schools they've got. So I put it down to them having more schools. But I wasn't still sure because when I looked at the fractions here, still would say that we would have the same fraction. Because we've got a much higher fraction in that top set. Does that make sense? I'm going to call them sets. We've got a much higher fraction in the top set. So I need to drill down the pre-algebra, see what's going on. So you had a drop in 5th grade from 5th to 6th in the ELM.
It does, no, I think that's.
Look at, I think you could start to compare the students from year to year. I think we have to take a look at the strands too, right? And see where it's lacking a little bit, but we could definitely, that's something we can, in the grade level teams can kind of parse through a little bit.
I remember that one, urgent question. Do we have data going back before COVID where we could use that data set? Because I know the COVID data set is really bad. Do we have data? And I recall Lisa saying to me, we did. Lab, I think I asked the same question. It would be great to see where we're at with that break from COVID.
So you're talking about like 2018?
17,
18. Yeah.
Just to see where we are at. And I know the level won't be as much as this, but you see where we're at. Does that make sense? Because that would be a chart that we would want to report to the town to say, even with COVID, we managed to do this at the opportunity. So that irrigate, one of the discussions we had was that where we were in irrigate, we're no longer in irrigate. How do we compare to irrigate?
Jay, I knew that was coming from you guys. I knew that was coming, Jay. So Cheryl did the research on this one.
So in looking at Durg A, so I did go back and I looked at Durg A. There are officially there are 9 school districts, including 1 combined school district. So Easton Reading is actually reported in as separate, Easton Reading, and then again as district number 9. But when they report out on the scores, District 9 is not in there because I'm going to get to it in a second, because they report them individually as Easton and Reading for these. So if we looked at Durg A, while I don't have it there, I actually have the data here. If we looked at our scores based off of this in ELA, Woodbridge would have been number 2 in Durg A, and Woodbridge would have been number 3 in math in Durg A. So
what was the average?
So I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I mean, I can put that together for you. But it ranges in DERG A from 83.3% as the number one to 72 point, this is ELA.
That's ELA.
So 83.3% to 72.3% for ELA. And then for math, it ranged from 82.9%. This is meeting or exceeding to 71.3% meeting or exceeding. I don't believe so. You know, again, we would be number 2 and number 3 for ELA and math respectively. Thank you.
Oh, that's me. Yeah. All right, yeah, so curriculum committee meeting, we met on the 5th at 4 p.m. We had 3 topics that we covered. One was the kindergarten age admission, student placement process, and pre-algebra / advanced math. There were a number of people who showed up for public comment. A number of the folks who commented today were present at the curriculum committee meeting as well. Everyone spoke about their concerns regarding advanced math and the availability of courses and curriculum for advanced math, students who were advanced in math. Could talk more about that. I'll just go through the other topics first before we get to the pre-algebra topic. The kindergarten age admission cutoff. Vonda already spoke to that earlier, so I don't think I need to give an update on that. She gave the same update at that curriculum committee meeting that she gave today of the shift from January 1 to September 1. We don't have any new information about what a screening assessment tool might look like if we were to adopt one. So we're still awaiting information on that. The student placement process, Lisa was asked at, I believe, our last board meeting to give an overview of what that process was this year that differed from last year. Lisa had previously sent out a message to parents about what that looked like, and she gave that message, she delivered again that message at our curriculum committee meeting. And that message is essentially that when thinking about class placement, it was challenging in part because we don't always know which teachers are going to be teaching at what grade level, because the incoming students are, it's fluid on up until basically school starts. And so that makes it a challenge, and therefore you have to think about grouping of students together rather than grouping of students with teachers. Spoke to the number of factors that are considered in that student placement process, which considers things like students' learning styles, support plans they have, students' friendships, et cetera. Pre-algebra. So Lisa gave us a presentation of what math looks like for students across the years, and an overview of the pre-algebra plan as it had been envisioned, and an explanation of why we were unable to move forward with pre-algebra this year. It was essentially is that we just didn't have enough kids who qualified for it, and therefore couldn't develop a class that could support it. Was a small number of students who were able to qualify for pre-algebra. Also, the assessment used for qualification for pre-algebra was changed from prior years to better align with what's expected at the middle school. So the expectations for the middle school were a little bit higher than what our assessment bars were here at Beecher. And so we had aligned our assessment tool with the middle school process, with the middle school expectation. A number of families expressed concerns about us dropping pre-algebra. There were some concerns about the former plan of students skipping sixth grade if they qualified for pre-algebra. Some were in favor of that. There were some concerns expressed about that as a process. And in general, there was some concern expressed about how well we're serving our students at the upper end of the achievement spectrum. Everybody essentially commented on that fact that we are raising the question of whether we're truly serving these kids well. This has been a sentiment expressed by parent for quite a long time now. There was a petition signed at that point by 146 parents. So there's quite a groundswell of interest and concern around advanced math. Some of what was expressed in that was better preparing students earlier in fifth grade in preparation for sixth grade. So combining some content of fifth grade and sixth grade content in fifth and sixth grade, so that there's less of a need for them to miss sixth grade content if they did qualify for pre-algebra in sixth grade. So I guess where does this leave us? I guess I'm thinking of two directions we could potentially go as a board. One would be to say, to ask Fonda to provide us with a range of plans and associated costs to address these concerns that are raised by families and by some of us on the board. The other option would be what Jay was suggesting earlier, would be to develop a subcommittee that would address this. I'll just say that I wonder about that. I'm a bit more concerned about that second option because of what we're going to need to attend to this year for literacy, the read to write literacy response we need to make to the state. And we don't know what that will need to be yet because we haven't heard back from the state yet on that. So a good deal of our attention is going to need to be devoted to that at some point. Just don't know when it's going to be. So I worry a little bit about creating another subcommittee focused on math when we have to do this now for literacy. But at the same time, we can't put math on the back burner. So we need to do something. We need to do something now. And I think this is I think part of the discussion I think for us to have is how should we move forward with developing some plans or coming up with some plans that we could pursue for next year. And I see those as two options, but I'm open to other possibilities as well.
Is that it?
Yep.
Okay. So, first of all, are there any questions about Mike's report? Comments, maybe. So I agree with you. I think in one sense, everyone is, there's other curriculum things in the works and we're at capacity, but the other side of that is we can't let certain grade levels of students
go through and not attend to that. So I think that there is perhaps some short-term solutions to helping the students currently in the grade levels that we could think about. But I think the scope of whatever we do has to also look at long-term, what are we gonna do with our whole math curriculum? Because we are a high-performing district. And at minimum, we should be trying to get the majority of our students into Algebra 1 at the latest freshman year of high school. Because that is gonna put them on the track to take calculus their senior year, which is going to be a requirement of college admission to any hard science major or any business major. So at minimum, I think the long-term plan should be making sure that in this high-performing district, the majority of our students are set up so that at minimum, they're taking Algebra 1 freshman year of high school, at minimum. And then you have a group of higher performing students that could do that even earlier. But I think that there's two roads we need to take. We need to make sure that we're taking the students that are in this district that are high performing in general and making sure we set them on the right path in high school as early as 4th and 5th grade. Because if we arrange the curriculum 4th, 5th, 6th grade so that they're getting that background, they don't have to skip a grade in order to get to a pre-algebra earlier or an algebra earlier, that we're setting up that curriculum to move them forward. And then there's going to be a group of people that are even more accelerated than that. And we need to make sure that their needs are attended to as well as making sure the students who do not learn as fast or certain skills as fast, their needs are being met. I think we also though need to think about while we're doing that, and especially since it's the beginning of budget season, what our capacity is for that. And I think it was mentioned earlier here, do we need, I know that we've been asking, Jay will raise both of his hands too, because we've been asking for years for a STEAM coordinator. And, it is, I think, the community coming out and voicing their concern. I think we can now say to the town, this wasn't just something that was concerning to us as board members. This is something that is coming from the community. This is a need that the community is telling us we need to provide for them. And I think that that makes a very strong case and a strong argument for us. So I just would wonder, do we need to build capacity in the budget in order to execute whatever plans we come up with for math?
Yeah, I mean, I think we definitely will need to build some capacity regardless of what we decide to do. So I think one thing, and I agree with you that we need to better support students, especially in the 4th through 6th grades. What I wonder is how we go about doing that. So one way would be to just increase the content of math, the breadth of the content of math in those groups. If we increase the breadth, that means we're also increasing differentiation that teachers need to engage in those grades. And so this is something I brought up in the curriculum committee meeting is how do we know when that breadth is just too wide for us to expect teachers to do effectively? And when do we need to think about having a separate environment for kids who are just kind of off the chart and it's just too challenging for the teacher to teach to them and to teach with a whole wide range of other students in their path? I don't know the answer to that, but I mean, somebody smarter than me on this topic would, I think we need to, engage them, whether that's someone here or someone else that we bring in. I think that's an important question for us to be able to address is that what's the structure look like for supporting these kids? I think those two possible directions for us to go, spanning the breadth within our existing classes or, doing a little bit of that and doing a little bit of students, in separate environments for those who are higher performing.
I think the key here is I don't think there's anything that's going to be. I think it's going to be trial and error right through. I think we're going to have to take some steps back and to go forward. So I think we've learned this year where the trajectory is. So I hear you, Mike, and I hear Maria. That was one thing, Maria, I was going to emphasize that I hear from college side, pre-calc and calc are screening. So if you want to go and do anything in
100%.
health sciences, business, finance, if you don't have calc, we're not even looking. And so that should, and this is why I think we need to talk to the middle school and talk to the high school, because I've seen this criticism come up many, many times. And I hear parents who've got kids who are going to college now saying the same thing. Why didn't somebody tell me my kid needed to take calc? And I'm like, well, yes, we would have told you, because that's one of the major screening tools that's used.
Especially since standardized testing is mostly test optional now, that is the one screening tool for a
If you
wide
know
range
the
of
level,
majors.
so you know the level. When I see calculus, I know that you've got to be able to do this. There's no worming out of that. And so that's what they use as a big screening tool. I know UConn uses it as a big screening tool. And so that was my first thing, that we need to learn from our whole portrait of a graduate to see that it feeds right into the system and helps them as well as us. And I think that's what we've been looking at. So that's one part of what I was thinking. But I know there's a lot on Mike this year. And so this is why my proposal was that I know Erin has showed a lot of it. And so I was thinking that we could run a parallel ad hoc, maybe not now, maybe a little way out. So we see what's coming with the reading and then put a parallel committee, and that way they could explore high school angle, the middle school angle, and come back with what I would call a strategic vision for us. But in the meanwhile, I know you guys are doing really hard work here, try and get this year and next year going. I think we need to think about the next 5 years. And that's where this, I think, ad hoc committee would come in. And I really would like to involve parents who have expertise. I think Mike can just refer to that. We have that in our community. Why aren't we using that? Let's bring that in, because that would be great to have curriculum. We've got high school, we've got middle school, we've got Yale, college professors. These would be great resources for us. I think it would be making it easier for us. I'm not good at this stuff. At least give us an input to see where we start to look, etc. Makes sense. But I think this has been, I'm commending the community for coming out, highlighting this issue. I think it's so important. At the same time, I think we need to take a really slow approach and steady approach and see what's working and what's not working. And then have a plan for a long term if we can. But I don't know if the ad hoc committee is the right mechanism. That's just my throw out there.
Yeah, because my one concern, because I love the community hall. This is great. And it's like, because it puts it on your radar in a very different way, because there are always going to be so many competing agendas. But when you have that many parents showing up and saying, this is critical, it's like, we hear you. And yes, absolutely. My concern is, though, in the context of all the regulation around curriculum, what we can teach and how that works, that this be a process. My preference is that this would be a process that administration will plan. For that reason, just so that we don't find ourselves in a situation where an ad hoc committee said, this is what we should do, and it's never going to align. That's within our purview, and then we've set up expectations and we disappoint people. And I don't want to be in that position. That said, like the calculus piece, who knew? Because my kids aren't in college age yet. I have no idea. And who knows if they'll actually get the calculus by senior year of high school. But I think that's, so I think, that for that reason, I think having it be led through this process, but that the onus is on us to ensure that it continues to be high on the agenda. And I do think, Maria, to your point, as Vonda, you're creating your budget and you're thinking about this, if this is something we can build in, because clearly there's a case to be made for why this is a critical investment for our school system. And then if I may, I just want to throw in, this is something I said, I think at the end of the curriculum, maybe here in the context of it, that I'll repeat to the full board, around the change in the age for kindergarten matriculation. I read the description from the state, that you could drive a Mack truck. What this exception is, I mean, I was like, and, we'll see how this plays out. I mean, Vonda's, put the word out, everyone's trying to figure out what this is. I would have a real challenge unless you have an evidence-based assessment system and you have an outside evaluator who does this assessment so that our school administrators aren't being blamed, you didn't take my child because you didn't want them, versus no, in fact, we didn't consider them ready to begin kindergarten. We do not want to find ourselves in that position. I will just take that position now, and then, this will be a conversation we all have. I found it so problematic. I mean, the state is just going to hang school districts out to dry with the way they've characterized this. And it's like, we do not, we're about engaging the learners who can be here. We don't want to be making judgments about who's in and who's out. That's not going to be the
We talked about that a little bit in the policy chair roundtable with Dave. And there is no verified tool, which I'm sure in asking have discovered. And I brought up the point, if they were to try to find such a tool, that they take a close look at what they are trying to measure the students against. Are they trying to say that this student is going to be able to meet expectations at the end of kindergarten? Or are they looking ahead and saying, if this person enters this grade level at a younger age, what is the expectation for their performance when they get to fifth, sixth grade and middle school? Because I've noticed, I mean, even since I've been in school, a lot of the curriculum that is covered years earlier than I ever had it in school. And that requires a certain level of development, right? And I think that was one of the impetuses behind, moving the kindergarten age up, is that they're not developmentally ready. In kindergarten, they'll all catch up. Some may be ahead, some may be behind, they'll all catch up. Well, what's going to happen when they get to fifth and sixth grade? And are they going to have the development enough to be able to do the work in those grades that, I probably did in eighth and ninth grade back in the day. So my question was, when you're finding that tool, what is the end? What are you testing for?
I have a few comments that I could share. I don't know how much light they'll shed. First of all, I know that the administrators appreciate that comments even about not wanting to tell a kindergartner you're not ready. Because that's our first interaction with a family that's going to be with us for many years. It puts us in a very uncomfortable position. And really starts to pit town against town. So we are watching this very carefully because our view is that while there may be many children who are very ready academically, maybe they're not ready socially or, right, exactly. So I appreciate that comment. I think that I can confidently say to the board that many of the things that you've already touched on tonight and the community regarding the interests in math and the ideas that you're talking around, we've already started discussing. I drove many hours this weekend thinking about the budget and, maybe that STEAM teacher needs to have a math certification, an upper level math certification, like we've already started thinking along those lines. I think we hear you. I hear you. This is work that we do. This is work that our teachers do. They are problem solvers. We know what the work is ahead of us. And I do believe that there are things we've already talked about, things that we can put in place this year soon for the rest of the year. We don't have to wait until next year for some of these things. Some of these things we would, you can fund, but like required resources. But there are a variety of things. And I think that the experts at the table right now would be the math department, the administrators and the teachers. I do think they know, and we do have at our fingertips a variety of outside resources and consultants that we could call on to help guide us with this work. But I think initially we need to grapple with it and figure out the sorting pile. What are some things that we can do immediately? But we already started looking at 5 years and beyond.
So you think something's to be implemented this year?
I do. I absolutely do. We just need a few more weeks to iron out the details. Yep. They may not be, and again, I go back to the parent that it doesn't need to be perfect. We're not going to be able to manifest a teacher unless there's somebody in the audience who'd like to come work for us for free and couple sections of math. We may not be able to manifest an additional teacher right now to do just math for the upper grades. But there are things that we can do with the resources we have. So, and they may not be the same things that we need to do next year, right? It's like the approximations. We get better and better at something, then we'll worse at the others. And then we just change those.
Yeah, that's encouraging here. I think, I mean, this is what the community is really pushing us to do, is to respond now. You know, there are families that, families who have kids in 6th grade, they're not going to benefit from anything we do for next year. So if there are things we can do this year that clearly aren't going to be perfect, but are better than what we're doing.
Data is well for many of our children. Does that mean that we can't be better? We can be better, but we do have a lot of data that says much of what we are doing is working. Much like we still have some kids, the high needs group, they still need to grow. We do still have kids that aren't at the upper level that should be at the highest level that they can be. So we do feel that there are things and strategies and ideas that we can put in place, and we haven't had any ops. We haven't had enough time to craft them out to the level that they're ready to be shared, even with the teachers.
So then, all right, then let me ask this, and that, what kind of time do you think you would need in order to be able to put together, a plan or 2 or 3 different types of plans? Either one. What kind of time do you think you would need to do that?
Yeah, to get back to what we have a conversation. That we have. So it's conversations that we'll put scheduled and thinking and planning and looking at resources. I can't really put a timetable on that, but it would be long.
Okay. So would you be able to report back in the next board meeting, or is that reasonable? Okay.
You're looking at an implementation strategy until January. Would you be comfortable with that sort of timeline?
Again, without having a
Sorry,
team.
sorry.
The idea is to see which directions we're heading. I can't say that, but I can say that I can report back to you in November with some of the things that we probably already have in place, some of the things that are in place. And this would be all kind of like short term for the rest of this year. Some of the things you obviously know by January what I have in the budget. You obviously know that.
And I would, if I may, as chair of the finance committee, will also note it's budget time. So there is so much that's going to be on display and coming our way around the budget.
And then,
I want to take that into account as well.
But I know that feel the sense of urgency. We feel it. We feel it, and I'm the one that's been going around with a clipboard that has the top page talking about the number of Saturdays that exist between when the child is born and goes to college. It's that sense of urgency that we feel. So we're just
Jack,
Ryan to find
I
the
think the
time.
parents feel that, because when I saw the survey today, there was over 200 parents that signed up to it. And so I think there's an high expectation that we put something into place now and then firm that up going into the new year and then have some plan for next year. Because I think what I saw quickly on the list was there was a large fraction of fifth grade parents. And then I looked at the fifth grade numbers, and those fifth grade numbers are pretty high. So again, that's going to be something that those parents are really looking to us for very quickly to see what can be done for next year. I
And the
think-
teachers.
I really appreciate the fact that you mentioned resource, because sort of having to, I guess, pull things out and tech, whatever it is. Pleased to hear that going straight at it now.
Yeah.
It's really good to hear.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the parents would be very.
She did their own. She did their. And. that's not something we-
Yeah, the other thing I'll say about the parents coming out and expressing their concerns is that something I think we kind of take for granted here in this district, they did it in such a civil way as well. It was a very civil conversation. And I mean, we come to expect that here, but it's definitely not the case. Yeah, I think it's important to acknowledge that. We really appreciate that. And we really appreciate the community coming out and expressing the real concerns that they have and have had for some time now. And in a way that's respectful and allows for a productive conversation. So wanted to say that about our community as well. It says a lot about our community.
And the value that they're showing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we'll expect. Continuation. Okay, Mike, thank you for the work we've done, as the chair of the curriculum. And for the administration, thank you for your acknowledging the sense of urgency. Okay, VRS Town Building Committee update, Mr. Hughes.
Easy one, we haven't met. I believe leadership to bring us to the town's attention, so hopefully get something on the calendar for a meeting, see where we're at. The building portion, I mean, the portions cut and dry, what the major concern is the ground portions. I don't want things to fall off of that. To us. So keeping a watchful eye on it, but hopefully go meetings.
I assume there's no questions. So we'll move on to policy. Maria. Policy. Hold on. Say something about when we get to the volunteers. Okay, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. Policy committee met on October 3rd. There are a couple of policies that are on 30-day review, but we are bringing two policies to you tonight. The first one is because of the Jewish schools are always celebrated our volunteers, and so the urgency in bringing those back into our community. This policy is a new policy that's come out with some guidance on making sure that our students and our faculty are safe and that data is protected as we bring volunteers into the school. So because teachers and the community wanted to see them back, wanted to see volunteers back on campus, we decided to bring this to you. There was consensus to bring this to you for a vote this evening. And that is policy 1212 under community relations, school volunteers and student influence.
Just a brief update. So, in looking at this policy, we had some volunteers in the school picture. A policy again is to guide us. And so it's not that we haven't had some volunteers these past few weeks we have. We are just hoping to have a structure that we can use. And so this is pretty straightforward, and it actually, I believe, was modeled off Bethany's, our neighboring district. And I did just want to point out, we currently use Raptor as a screener when people come into our building. Anybody that comes in has to show their identification, and it goes through a Raptor screening. And, you know, I did inquire today, and Vinny Lynch, our armed security officer, and Anthony, worked really hard. It's just very much appreciated when somebody just responds so quickly. They responded very quickly and reached out to Raptor to see, and in fact, they do have a volunteer module that does additional screenings. So they are, I believe, Wednesday, looking at that module to see, I believe it's a pretty low cost. I could be wrong, but I believe when I looked at it, it was a pretty low cost. And looking to see what other pieces it screens so that we would have some additional information on our volunteers at our fingertips should we need it.
So Fonda, am I right to think that at the moment when I, as a parent, I come in and my ID is swiped, it's going through Raptor, am I
Yes, it
correct?
is.
Okay, so it's probably screening through most of these registries, am I correct?
No,
It doesn't,
it screens through at one,
the DCF registration.
the sex offender registry.
Okay. Okay, and the additional module would screen through more, is that the argument? Okay, perfect.
I believe that the screening, I'm not sure. But it might be information that we would want to know about a certain level of volunteers. Like us. Yeah. And once the parents been screened, they're all set.
So I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion on policy 1212, and then if there's a second, then we can open that up to some further discussion as well. So I move that we adopt policy 1212, volunteers as terms as presented.
Is there a second? Sarah Beth?
A second. Okay.
Oh, we're Crofton, Sarah Beth. You wanna give your second up to Brooke?
I can take it.
Okay. We'll take Brooke Hopkins second for that.
Yay.
So, is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, I would note that the policy is 1212, and that there are regulations that are following the board book, but right now we're voting only on the policy, not on the regulations, just the policy. Okay, so that's the clarification for the board. Any other discussion? Okay, the motion was made by Maria Madonic, seconded by Brooke Hopkins. And so I will call for a vote. All those in favor of adopting policy 1212, volunteer student intern. That's unanimous, Marcia. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the second policy that we have tonight is again review of our finance committee policy as we were going through our 9,000 series that bylaws with the board. This is policy 9132.4. So again, I still do the same thing. I'll make the motion and then we are welcome to have discussion on it. And also, if there is discussion or additions, we can amend the motion as well. So I will move that we adopt policy 9132.4, finance committee as revised.
Do I have a second for that? Stephen? Thank you. Okay, discussion.
Okay, I can do this one really quickly. So Maria did a good job. She gave us the BOA districts. I was fortunate enough to pick up the 97 school districts. I looked at 97 school districts, and this was something that I'd spoke to. Jody Gola is the policy expert at CAVE. So Jody and I, he's been sending me messages. In 2024, I hate to tell you all, you're all going to be trained in finance. So they're trying to pass this training for every single person. And so the one thing that I did when I looked at these 97 school districts and the Alliance districts is what are the things that are common in these? And how do they sort of chart out to what we do. And so Maria picked up, and Stephen, you guys picked up the main ones. The ones I saw that cropped up many times were the following. So recommend the capital and operating budget schedule and timetable of supporting workshops. That was one I saw. Review and report on accounting and purchasing procedures. It's the other function that I saw. Conduct capital. I can send these on, but sorry, I wasn't able to. I was supposed to this afternoon. Just didn't get around to it. Conduct capital and operating budget analyses for presentation to the board. And so that way the bulk of the work is done in that subcommittee, at least in analyzing the data, and produce annual town audit reports and conduct routine internal audits. And that's what I saw. Now, where did I see this? So you're going to ask me about the biases here. There are. So what I found is when there was no mention of the policy on the BOE Board of Education website, I sort of sent an email to the finance committee. It's very good. You can download everything. Just have a group email on BCC and just say, I'd like this. So they sent me a lot of emails back and I quickly stuck them up into a chart, which I should have sent you guys. But let me just go. Many school districts, the small ones, didn't do anything. They just said the K policy works, which made sense. So what I did is I had a meeting with Jody, and so we came up with two things. So which were the schools that had the biggest changes? It was the schools that were closer to New York, higher socioeconomic status, the larger districts. And interestingly enough, if you had an accountant on your board, then you had all of these other things in there, which was really interesting to me. And so when I spoke to Jody about 10 days ago, we came up with two conclusions. First, some school districts set the bar when it came to policies, and they tended to be like the Fairfield County towards York, Reading, Avon, Burlington, proposed changes in what we would say. And so when I sort of passed these by him, he said these really were in line with what was going to come in next year, the capital and operating budget, slight amendment, review and accounting and purchasing procedures. Again, that would just be done as saying this is what we do every year and just ensuring that we're doing that. And I noticed one area that and Don has highlighted this many times. It seems to be we've got sort of people doing sort of multiple jobs of bookkeeping this and that. I don't know whether we need to think about consolidating that to one. I'm sure you probably said that. We need somebody permanent to take that so that the internal controls are stronger. That's the way I see this.
Talked about that.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. And so that was the part, and then sort of the annual town audit reports. And I know we do the annual town audit. They request that information. But I was going to ask for internal audits, because that's going to be a big part of the changes that are going to go. And so if we could come up with the town to do that for us, and that way I'm hoping the town says, oh, we need help in these areas. We need a full-time this, we need a full-time that. Or they might say, we can do some of this for you. And so I was going to use that as a tool for us to get the town to respond. Does that make sense? These are just minor changes. These are standard in most nonprofits. And I would say the schools have set the bar.
So now, did Jody say when Abe's going to officially update their policy statement recommendations?
So between you and I and Jody said that they didn't really have experts to do that. So that's why I kept getting calls last week to say, could you review this first? And I said, policies. But they seem to make sense. They seem to be like processing and purchases. So to me, it was very nonprofit in New York, very nonprofit oriented. I think they're just going along that same line, but they're looking for an expert in this area. And so I was giving them the finance side, but not an expert. Really, I'm not. I've read a lot about it, but there are guys that I think it was a Stanford guy who's an expert in this, but not.
Right. No, this is great. And I mean, so appreciate all the work on this.
Well, I
I
should-
should be like super to see the matrix. 'Cause, I mean, what I was gonna suggest is if they're gonna update the policy in a year or two, if they're gonna change, the requirements for board members, then maybe we just table this discussion until that point in time. Like, let's leave well enough alone and fix it when there's a new standard versus sort of the maybe. Now, if you're saying there's actually.
That was my worry. I don't think.
Then, then I would probably say my suggestion, because some of these things I'm hearing and I'm like, I need to understand exactly. Like recommending, like the board's recommending the capital budget versus the superintendent recommending the capital budget, like I'm not sure. Schedule. Okay, so I think for me, it's absolutely going to be helpful, like if they're, based on the work we've done, if you've got like, if here are 4 more things, 4 more bullets.
Right.
That we can sort of put in the next finance committee meeting, have an opportunity to talk about it, then we'll need to go to policy. For review, but I would definitely want to just have an opportunity to say, okay, Vonda and Donna, what exactly does this mean? And does this work with how the work taking place to make sure we're absolutely the same? But yeah, no, I mean, great work.
And the one last thing that, both Jody and I were uncomfortable about. Sorry, I've been up since 5 and I'm gonna get up at 5 tomorrow. It's gonna be a long day. The one sentence we were both uncomfortable about was that last sentence. So the last sentence in the actual policy states something to the effect that anything related to finance would come into the finance policy. And Jody made a really good example. He said to me, he's seen that type of statement used by finance committee members that are one-sided of one political spectrum to push through policies through the board and get them to vote it at that board meeting. So he suggested that, and I'm going to suggest that I think you two guys or either of you could just pull Jody up and say, how do I craft this to better reflect what we want it to do?
So you're saying they were trying to push policy through on the budget?
Yeah, so what the
So
finance
that-
committee,
Finance committee will monitor and make recommendations to the board on any other, that's part of the policy. They didn't like that.
he said that to me when he saw that, the first thing that popped up, and I said, that was the one that I was saying. Is that what they wrote?
That's years ago. I think
Oh, years ago. So I think they've amended it now. We could ask him what they've amended it to, but he said it's very broad. And I said, that's my concern. And then he gave me the example about pushing it through, and I said, I didn't even think of that. I agree with you. So.
Yeah.
So he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
And he'll just tell you, change that word, and I think that would be great.
So Jay, I heard you say about the town audit report. So we have that in there and recommend the budget schedules. What were the other two?
So I can send you this document, so you got it. I think I put all the other stuff on there as well. I can send you the document. So it said recommend the capital and operating budget schedule.
Should they be?
And if you want timetable of supporting workshops, because that's what's going to happen next year.
Right.
Review and reports on accounting and purchasing procedures. It's been already doing that. So I think with the gas contract, for example, she came to us so that's really cool. So we're just following pursuit. Conduct capital and operating budget analyses for presentation to the board. Now, what I found difficult with that is most of the time it's the superintendent's budget. And so my guess is what happens is the superintendent presents the budget in many districts. They then get a month to decide on it. That's when the analysis is done. And then you come back to the main board, the finance committee comes back to the board with their analyses. And then you make the adjustments, which seem to make sense to me, but I don't know if it works with our time schedule.
What type of analysis?
Yeah.
Or like, what type of analysis of the
So-
budget would they,
So
what are the parameters? that
So
they're
what I
looking
would have said is I would have just done the variance analyses. I'm suspecting what they're saying here. Just some variance analysis, some sort of optionality in here. If you do X, you increase the class size. These are the changes that impact. That's what I'm assuming that refers to. Just what our discussions. No, this was oh, it's a good question now. What I saw in most, this one was one I saw many times, and what I was thinking is they were talking about the annual budget. That was my I can go back and look at the actual lines. Yeah, so what were they saying is once you drop the budget, finance committee gets a chance to look at it and come back with some analysis. We'll say if, I don't know, Sarah Beth said, we want STEAM, they would come back to us and say, we put a STEAM in because it becomes our budget at that moment. And so I guess that's what they were referring to.
It's really interesting because, the question that arises for me that we want to explore with Jody, by adding these to our policy, do we as board members in any way make ourselves liable if we don't?
Actually, it's interesting because
could we be held to account like we're fine with what's there? Oh, you didn't do a variance analysis for malfeasance of your responsibilities. As a board member,
the budget.
It's one of those things like.
See, the budget analyses could be anything. You discussed it. If you came in as the finance chair and finance committee and said, to me, I take analyses to mean a discussion. I take it to be data interpretation. I take it to be charts.
The budget at that.
Right, does that qualify or to what degree specify what analysis with the policy to ensure that we're not, my only concern would be that we in any way make ourselves for not having fulfilled our fiduciary responsibilities based on the policies we ourselves have adopted. And it may not be,
I get it.
not be a real concern, but I'm just.
I get it. I get it. You wouldn't want to do something that you couldn't fulfill. But that's the one I saw probably the most common.
You know where I see that put into practice, I think is and it comes up beforehand as well, but when the budget goes to the town and then we get back what has been approved by the town, and then Donna has gone through and said, okay, well, we need to now fit into this number. So if we move this here, this is what this means. If we move this there, that is, that to me, when you were saying that, that's what I was.
No, that's
thinking of,
absolutely right. So there's different levels.
Right.
So I think there's 3 levels here. There's the monthly that Donna has mentioned. There's the annual, and then there's the return of the budget, if you want to think of it that way. Does that make sense? So I would argue that any of it is consist analysis. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, so Maria, it's up to you. My sense is we need time to reflect on this.
I certainly would want to get I certainly would want to get your wording on those other 2 points that weren't already in our bullet point.
Yeah.
I think so that we can get it.
Transfers is the most important. That's the one, like
Right.
top of the
And
top of the
that's
show.
there.
And that's in there. And the other one was
Then, the analysis, I think we're gonna have to discuss, and then the 4th one was reporting on.
so it's use annual town audit reports and team or conduct. Yeah, so it says produce annual town audit reports and conduct routine internal audits.
Does our in audit. RSM? Yeah, so we've already, I think we hire.
Right, so that's done. So as far as I'm concerned, that box is checked. The only one that, and I don't even know what routine means. It just said, everyone said routine. So my guess is it could be every 3 years. I don't know what the town does. Does the town do any internal audits of any of the divisions? They don't? Oh, yes.
They reconcile our bank and review our reconciliation.
Just the cash.
Yeah.
Cash reconciliation.
Like keep track of fixed assets.
So that's on the cap. This is what I saw when I looked at a bunch of them seem to ask for some sort of internal audit, but we can send this out to. We can do that.
So.
And this wasn't hard work, Stephen. It's just one thing. You just pulled it off and it all came. really easy.
Fonda, just reminded me that Cape right now is reduced thousand.
Yeah, they are. That's what he was telling me, yeah.
So, if Fonda could reach out to Jody and ask if this particular one he takes a look at, so that then we could have something for finance and policy to look at and table a vote on it till November. I mean, I think we can function the way we've been functioning under the current.
Just gonna say, doesn't like,
Yeah.
you don't change it.
Yeah. And then see what we could do to, kind of buff it up a little bit. And I thought one good thing is we had just added recommend annual budget schedule. And I think we should be specific, Jay, and say capital and operating.
And timetable.
And yeah. So I think that we can make some tweaks to this. Yeah.
And it's just in line with what they're gonna push to us going forward. And it just shows that we are setting the bar.
Right.
And I think that's important in some areas for us. We do in every other area set the bar. Why can't we do it on this?
Yeah. So
It seemed an easy.
just like help table.
I can withdraw the notes.
You're withdrawing the second. Okay, and then we'll have a new motion to table this to, after reaching out. Table it to reach out to Kate and then look at finance and policy and then come back.
That policy, I don't think needs till December.
Yeah, so make it push.
Okay.
New year.
Since we have the current policy in place.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's just table the vote tonight. That could be the motion. Sorry, Marcia. Already there. Yeah, are you
And I
making a
second-
motion to
yes,
table?
I'm making a motion to table.
Stephen, are you seconding that? Okay, so now we have a motion to table made by Maria Madonna, seconded by Stephen Moore. Is there any discussion about that? All in favor? Sarah Beth, you in favor? Jay, you're in favor of tabling? Brooke, you're in favor of tabling? Yeah. So Marcia, I don't see Brooke voting at this moment, but everyone else. Okay, thank you. Cable liaison report. Sarah Beth, you're going to, the cable liaison.
Yes. There are two upcoming webinars. One is tomorrow from 12 to 2 on typical conversations. There's one on Friday about what makes such great board, and Vonda will be sending out, right, the link, post those webinars. Yeah, so anyone who wanted to,
I'll send you the links afterwards. Actually, the whole admin team is participating in the managing difficult conversations tomorrow. It's part of our academy.
And I'm going to attend that, webinar, virtual, so.
and then we have upcoming is the CAPE conference, which is just a month away. And I think 5 board members are signed up to attend as of now, and Vonda's coming.
But
There's
I
still-
did get an email today, so I guess you still can register if you're interested. Just gonna cost a little bit more.
And the last piece I have is that the board has submitted their application for the CAPE Board Recognition Awards, and I think we'll find out in a few weeks that we're receiving an award.
Great, thank you. Just for an update, from the chair in terms of pay, et cetera. Today I attended the board chair check-in. and update, which was well attended by board members. They talked about new board members coming on and how to onboard new board members. So that was interesting. And I also attended, as Vonda did as well, the Increasing Educator Diversity Plan Informational Webinar session, which was by the State Department of Education. Just as a heads up to board members, the Increasing Educator Diversity Plan is a new legislative initiative, if you have not heard, Public Act 23-167. And those plans must be submitted to the Connecticut State Department of Education for review and approval by March 15, 2024. So, board members, we need to recognize that we don't have a human resources department here. We don't have someone who does develops that plan for us. So our administrators are going to be spending a substantial amount of time, again, between now and March to create this plan that must be submitted to the Connecticut State Department of Education. And once we are approved, once that plan is approved, it will move to be on our district website. So, yeah, and I'll just add that ultimately the plan belongs to the Board of Education. And so we will have to vote on that prior to it being submitted to the state on March 15th. So you can expect to see the hard work of our administrators move forward and having that to look at prior to probably our February meeting, unless we have a special meeting just for that.
So when is it due?
March 15th, it has to be to the date.
I just wanted to share that we're going to try to work on parts of it regionally as a board group.
Okay.
We started to talk about that. There's parts that have to be individually analyzed to know what is our diversity makeup of our staff currently. And so those pieces would be independent of each other, but we are trying to look for ways to commonalize strategies when possible.
And I know they talked about entry and exit as well. So when there were exit interviews, etc., I looked at the
Yeah.
criteria. They were pretty detailed.
They were.
It's a lot of detail.
So the plan is about how we're going to diversify the teaching workforce here. Okay, and diversity along what dimensions are they interested in?
But there are incentives, I believe, as well. Financial incentives for schools, if I was right. Here, that they have. Yeah, that's what I saw. I thought I saw it in this. I thought when I saw the bullet thing come up, that there was some money, but I bet it's gonna be by alliance districts. There's a pecking order and. It's a pecking order for that.
Did you want
No, I'll edit
to? Okay. Upcoming meeting presentations. There will be 2 next month. There'll be 3 next month. I lumped 2 together. Okay. Capital budget for 2025 to 2030 will be presented. And that will be after facilities and finance get a stab at that. It will be presented to the full board, and the next presentation will be last link, which is the assessment for multi-language learners and the multi-language program update. I linked that into them. I have to, and math, right, math update will also be part of the agenda now. So those presentations will be given. during the November board meeting. So I've asked board members to reach out to Vonda if there's anything specific that you want to see included in any of those presentations. Now we're moving on to new business. Which is you. Oh, you're in the two things. Okay, so I was forgetful at the September meeting, so I brought our gratitude box for the board to this meeting, so it's part of our new business. I would hope that you look at it as an exercise and an opportunity, but each of our administrators, and then I sprinkled them around the school, received the 52 weeks of gratitude journal. So somebody could be the keeper of the journal or you could email, but really there are 52 gratitude cards in here and envelopes. And this is our effort to recognize not only the expression of gratitude, but the development of a habit. And journaling as a habit, if you journal weekly or daily and you think about things that you are grateful for and appreciate and the why, there's a lot of research out there that talks about how it helps you become stronger, and also we are looking at it as how it can help us strengthen our team. So the journal itself has some interesting little quotes and research, but if everybody would be interested in taking some cards and notes, these can go anywhere. I gave a box to the town. You know, they are all over the school. There's some kid versions, and you know, we are looking for ways that gratitude is rippling through. So these don't need to be professionally related to school. You could be extending that gratitude ripple to a family member or a colleague in their own profession. I just want to make sure I forgot to bring that in. It's been in my office. I'm going to leave them here after the meeting. Come and take some. The leadership team sent the first on behalf of the board to our wonderful administrative assistant and board clerk, Marcia DeGennaro, who did an amazing job collecting all of the data that we needed to present to Kate for the potential of being recognized by Kate. And got that out and sent in the mail by the deadline. So the leadership team shot off a gratitude note to Marcia, and publicly I would like to take an opportunity to thank Marcia for all the work that she did. So thanks, Marcia.
Okay.
Now
You are most welcome. Thank you.
We do have one piece. And then, yep, building usage report. Okay, so it may not be familiar to you, but we do have a policy 3515 that talks about the use of school facilities. And this policy is from 2014, so it's about 10 years old. But it does talk about what you can and cannot use the building for, and that there is an application if you wish to use the building for grant, and it's filed in the principal's office, and then it makes it my way. And there are fees associated, and there is a fee schedule. And so what has come to our attention is that we have a group here asking to be classified in group A of no charge for use. And it is the Pop Warner cheer team. And evidently, they were under the rec. Somebody who might have this history can correct me, but they were under the rec department. And then I guess during COVID or at some point when rec left here, there was a separation and rec did not include them in the rec department. And so now they have to find their own space to practice. And so they're practicing here. So they filled out the building use form, and then Donna and I were looking at it. And we looked at the fee chart, and Donna came to me and said, do you think they're expecting a $4,000-ish bill? And I said, I don't know. And they were not. So they did write to me, and they are interested in being considered an A group. I did ask for their demographic of cheerleaders by town, because A does say that it's town officials, local political party or conventions, or town sponsored or government agencies or organizations composed primarily of Woodbridge residents, open to all residents of town, or such other organizations as may from time to time be designated by the board.
Their breakdown is 30% students or participants are from Woodbridge, 40 from Orange, 25 from Bethany, and 1 from somewhere else. So you have the purview, this is probably the first time it's come to in a while, to put them into an A, no B, put them into a B, reduced, or a C, like private, which is full rental. And so they are tiny, they are looking, they did not practice today, but they do need to practice tomorrow. I do think they're looking to be put into A, but it's your purview as to whether you put them into A, B, or C. Donna and I put them into C based on sheer enrollment and title and description. They're asking for that to be waived, so that's up to you as a group. I just remind you, right? So it's my job to inform you, to make the decision, and I support it. It's important to be fair. So what we're doing for one group, I would just remind you that we would need to consider that as groups come before you, and maybe nobody else will come before you. But they are coming before you and they are interested in being considered an A. And they have been, I guess, under rec for several groups.
Okay, so I have a question. I'm noticing that they want to use the future South gym. And I'm thinking that they want to use it on Tuesdays and Thursdays each week. Is that correct?
They want to use it 3 times a week for 2 hours each for 10 weeks. So that's a total of 60 hours.
So my question is does recreation use the South gym on at any of those times? Because we share our facility with recreation.
So then
Do we know
I know there's basketball, I know there's basketball.
That is-
and it's badminton on a Thursday.
That's why rec do this, yeah. So I mean, are we gonna give, do you have an answer to that?
Mr. Sherman might have some information.
So hi, good evening. So a couple of things. The cheerleaders weren't under recreation, but recreation used to handle the bookings for all outside organizations that wanted to use our building. So they just handled the booking and the scheduling and everything. So Pop Warner has always been Pop Warner. They weren't under recreation. They just contacted recreation to book. So I just wanted
It's
to
like
clarify.
Woodbridge Aquatic Club.
Right, the pool, exactly, but they used to coordinate that through rec. When rec moved out of our building, they sort of passed that over to us. We coordinate with rec those bookings, so when cheerleaders contacted us, we worked with recreation and said cheerleaders want it. The cheerleaders understand that other things, the feature things, rec things will take priority, so if there is an event, as has happened in the past where we say, oh, you can't have the South Gym because this is happening, then we notify them and we just say, you can't have the South Gym because this is happening. And they either cancel their practice or they try to find a different location.
In the school or elsewhere?
No, elsewhere. Or they just cancel. I don't know where they go. I know that they do practice in other schools, but they prefer Woodbridge for a lot of reasons. Partly our facility is better. We have really good math apparently. And I think the location is more convenient for many of the cheerleaders.
So if we have this here, there's a use of the equipment as well as the building, right? So they're gonna be using mats, they're gonna use some of our facilities, right?
They use the mats and I imagine the bathrooms, but that's
Okay,
it.
okay.
When I don't even think that they use the mats every time. I think it's kind of what they're practicing,
When they were under rec.
No, because that's were they? Because that's in our zone. That's in our zone. I don't know the answer to that question, I guess.
We probably took care
I
of
mean,
it.
it's a part of, I guess I don't know the answer to that question. I think the South Gym is a part of what we clean, but I don't know the answer to that question.
They're supposed to have their own custodian for their event at night. that they currently do not.
Recreations. Okay, so there's the answer. So this would require our clean up that.
Is rec,
Rec is not booking anybody. So other groups like, I mean, I think Pop Warner is the one that we're talking about now because of the uniqueness of their composition, but like we have many Girl Scout troops that use our building for Girl Scout meetings. And they book our rooms, like we have one that uses the Rotunda, like, so we have other people that use our building after hours. But I think that this is unique because it's Amity Pop Warner, it's not just Beaver Road School students. So that's why I think it's coming for you. But the Girls that don't pay, they're no, because they're always there. Yeah, they're a Beecher Road School.
Hey, we're paying.
Yeah, oh, right.
Because they're school, right? So on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, between 5:30 and 7:30 or 6 and 8, recreation has nothing scheduled in the South Gym.
Not currently. And they are only requesting to use it up until November. Haven't paid, I'm a little confused. They've never paid. They've been using Beecher for. So when they signed this contract, those numbers were written in later. Yes. Okay. So that was my error because
It had never been done.
we had never charged them before, so I just
Besides
signed it.
recreation schedule.
Right.
They didn't, it never.
Were their
came
numbers
before.
more favorable to Woodbridge and is that why they were charged before? They've just never been charged ever. And I don't believe that they.
Maybe rec didn't know we had this policy, you know,
I
I just scheduled it through
right.
rec.
And I
They
also,
scheduled
I think,
through rec.
and I also think that, I don't think that they pay anywhere. They're a nonprofit organization, they're privileged, you know, thank you. Their fundraising's my favorite grip, so I, do it isn't if they make it, but. Yeah.
So now, is November the end of what they're doing, or they'll be back in January, saying?
Back in August.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think November is like the end of like their season, you know, like their
Okay.
competition season and everything, and then they'll come back again next year.
Thank you, Lisa.
Suzanne, do you recommend?
I am simply saying that Donna and I looked at the information and placed it in C. And based on the policy. So the board clearly has the right to make a different decision. And at some point, we could rewrite the policy if you're not happy with the policy. As it stands, we felt it fell under C.
So I think two things. One is, I think we have, whatever our decision is, has to be based on the policy that's currently on the book. But I would highly recommend that that policy be reviewed, that the form be looked at and perhaps updated. Certainly the fee should be updated. I mean, this is like a 2014, 19 policy. And that will not cover the increased custodial salaries and the cleaning material costs and things that we've seen an increase in. So I think that that's the next step, but tonight we have to make based on this policy that it's currently, because I definitely looking to pay for. Right. I then what's here.
So I will make a recommendation. My recommendation is we don't charge them for the rest of this season. Making clear that that's not going to be the case going forward. And then, I mean, I'm so with you, review this policy, because this is all over the place. But I think that when they come back next fall, there will be an expectation that they may be reduced rentals because there are some Woodbridge members who can make the case for that, but there will be some fee attached, given that we have to have custodial staff engaged, clean up after them.
Yeah.
You know, So just, you want to be here, you've got to contribute to the building maintenance. Not the full rate necessarily, but the public reduced rate. But charging them now, I just feel like after all these years, that's, and they're in the middle of the season. Yeah, so I just think that, but it's like we're making an exception to our policy. Yeah. Given the circumstances, but I'm not.
There's no other group that are going to say that they've been here too, and right. But they're very well.
Well,
Yeah, that's the concern.
At policies have been updated.
Yeah.
And we can say we now have a new policy.
Yeah, and then they could say, well, you had a policy before that didn't enforce, but that other group.
He didn't book them to be here. Recreation booked them to.
If there's one thing I've asked for, it's clear. That's the only thing. There's a middle ground. I would say you've asked for C. So you've asked for A. We've said C. Step in the middle and just pay for the cleaning up of it this time. But there's gonna be a new policy in effect next year. Things might change.
I mean, the form doesn't even indicate that they have an insurance policy.
I think they say they.
They say
they're.
So I think we need to look at that. I think that we need to look at that.
I'm just, they're they budget necessarily budget for this as a gesture of goodwill and to avoid controversy in the community that we don't necessarily need or anticipate. Teacher Road School has all these resources and they won't let cheerleader practice and they live in the town. I just don't want to do that in the Woodbridge town leagues or the register. Like, let's each the cost of the custodian till December and then and clearly just indicate there will be a fee attached when you come back and we'll have.
Want to make a motion?
Yes. I make a motion that we, under current policy, 3515, treat Amity Pop Warner cheerleaders as a category A and charge no fee for use through December 2023. Is that what it's doing? November 2023. And that's it.
We also get a computer.
We have a guy.
Okay. Yeah, so that's my motion and I'm sticking with it.
Okay.
Recommending we ask that they clean up after themselves at least, like is that.
I can ask them.
They did.
I will ask them. I will ask them.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah.
Well, we can.
I will absolutely ask them and communicate that money's in the future. Okay, so motion was made by Stephen. Do we have a second? Jay? Any discussion on the motion?
To add in there anything about, if it's just, we're not, to let them know that next year will be different, or.
Well, I think Stephen's motion included
an end date, right?
Through November 2023.
So I'm thinking it would be.
And the okay, so they have it. Good. I see a question in your eye.
Exist another district, like this rental agency.
It's very common. Yeah, that's very common for those for people into that.
We're usually on here.
Yeah.
That's what it's
Yeah.
like.
I think the work is and going through rec.
Right.
Transfers occurred, and so I think I, that's what I see. But I think you're all right. they had a budget for listening somewhere at this stage. Put that on them. I get it, and that's how I feel on the other side. I turn around, that's how I feel. Yep. That's how I feel on the other side of it, but I think if it's well explained, like Stephen did, and Andre, I know will communicate. But the next question this raises is what Sarah Beth alluded to, that now, well, the groups now affiliated with REC. You get to use our facilities for free. That makes sense. That's something I'm worried about.
There's certain. We're lacking clarity about what rec is overseeing, building, and what we're responsible for. But now, all of a sudden, this has become our responsibility because rec moved out of the building, but they really didn't move out of the building because they're here doing activities, using the facilities. So I think we maybe need some clarity on that. Maybe that's something we can, work on, that's what I'm for.
Either way, we've been paying for the utilities to run the building during those events and the cleanup for all these years. And so, at some point, we would probably want to eliminate.
I think we talked about that last year, right?
Rec has had one until this year.
I think we talked about this last year with the pool debacle. That we needed some metric so that we know what we cover and what they cover and what they reimburse on a town line.
Okay, anything else? Might be something that facilities and, finance had some input with, policy, coordinated effort perhaps. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Brooke.
Yes.
It's unanimous, Marcia. I'll make my monthly community service announcement. Facilities Committee's meeting Thursday, November 2nd at 7:30 a.m. Finance Committee is Tuesday, November 14th at 4:30 p.m. And the next regular meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Monday, November 20th at 7. We're up to number 5 on the agenda, public comment. Any public comment here in person? No, but thank you for hanging on. Any public comment? Those who are attending remotely, please raise your hand in the participants list. Don't see any hands raised. So I will entertain a motion to adjourn at 11:06 p.m. Do I have that motion? Jay, thank you very much. Do I have a second? Maria, thank you very much. Motion to adjourn at 11:06, made by Jay Gaia, seconded by Maria Madonic. All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you all. And really, thank you so much for